The recording has started.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Thursday, April 7th, 2022 Representative Town Meeting Budget Hearing Number 2. Could the clerk, Betsy Brown, please call the roll?
Ed Bateson. Melissa Longo.
Here.
Marty Fury. Amy Ruggiero.
Here.
Karen McCormick.
Here.
Cindy Perham. Hal Schwartz. Jeff Steele.
Here.
Alex Durrell.
Here.
Jeff Galdenzi. Tom Lambert. Sharon Pastilli.
Here.
Laura Carson.
Here.
Alice Kelly.
Here.
Marcy Spolier.
Here.
Liz Esma.
Here.
Will Diaz. Josh Garskoff.
Here.
Joe Siebert. Jay Wolk.
Here.
Steve Barretts.
Here.
Hannah Gale.
Here.
Andrew Graceffa. Lisa Havey. I see you. John Kuhn.
Sorry, I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Mark McDermott.
Here.
Jill Vergara.
Here.
Karen Wackerman.
Here.
Hank Ferentz.
Here.
Pamela Iacono.
Here.
Christine Messina.
Here.
Kate Tallman.
Here.
Christine Brown.
Here.
Drew Georgiadis.
Here.
Margaret Horton. Kelly Cinto. Ken Astorita.
Here.
Peter Britton. Frank Batiste. Story Tallman.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. We'll stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Let's hop right into it. We're going to be in Department 1310, which is on page 227, OPEB, with Jennifer Castellano, Consulting Actuary from Milliman. Are you here, Jennifer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I got you there. I see you. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Sorry, page 227.
I don't believe I have that document.
It's the page 227 in our budget books.
Yeah, I don't think that was provided to me.
Okay. That's the page it starts on in our budget books.
Moderator, Mr. Moderator, I think I could share screens if that would help.
Sure. Or maybe you can't. There we go. You may want to go to the next page.
Okay, so here are the actual determined contributions that have been determined for the fiscal year ending 2023 for the town's OPEB, both for the town plan and the police and fire, as well as for the two pension plans.
I apologize. It's unstable on my side. I lost it. Can anyone else share screens? I'm sorry.
I don't have it up online. I have my book, so I don't. Jared, could you help out here maybe? I think I saw you here somewhere.
Jen, are you going to do your presentation on pension? This is Jared.
I mean, I could, if that's what would be of interest.
Yeah, if you can pull that up. With regard to OPEB, let me get to the podium. So everybody knows there wasn't, we don't need, there's not much to be said about OPEB. The evaluation for OPEB is done every 2 years. Unlike pension evaluation is done every year. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the OPEB valuation is done every 2 years. It was done last year by the previous actuary, H&H. And so they did the ADEC that goes into the budget for the 2-year period, meaning this year and also next year. And so that number holds for next year's budget, and it is included in next year's budget. And so those are the numbers that you see on page 227, 228. So those are the amounts. We just take what they give to us and plug those into there, and they do get distributed between the different funds, between the general fund and the WPCA. So what Jen has, this is Milliman's first year. We hired them in the summertime last year, early summer, late spring last year. And so this is their first valuation that they're doing for us with regard to pension. And so Jen's gonna work her way through a presentation that they did, which will give the highlights of the valuation that they did for pension. And the same thing applies here. They go through, they do all the calculations to determine what the right amount is to put in for the ADEC, the actuarially defined employer contribution, and then we plug that into the budget, and that's the town's contribution to the pension plan each year. And we put in 100% of what the actuary has recommended, which has been the practice I think for a while now that the town's been following it. With that, we are at about, I think Jen will go through this, but I think we're at about 86% funded on the town employees pension. And I want to say 84% funded in the police and fire pension. But again, I think Jen will cover that. And if Jen, are you set up there now to share?
Yes, I am.
All right, so.
All right, great. So I'll hand it over to Jen now.
Yeah, let's hop into the pension presentation and then we'll take questions after that.
Okay. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as Jared mentioned, we do annual pension valuations for both the town and the police and fire plans. We collect member data, updated member data each July 1st. As part of the valuation, we review the asset performance over the last year, and we take a look at what's happened and see how that impacts the plan's funded status. Also, as part of the process, we monitor the experience of the plan and look at how the experience relates to our assumptions and whether or not any assumptions need to be adjusted going forward. We put all those things together and we calculate a liability of for the plan, and the liability is equal to the present value of expected future benefits that are going to be paid from the plan. We put all that together to help us determine what the town's contribution should be to the plan to help fund those future benefits being paid at a later time. These next couple slides are some terminology. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. The first is the accrued liability. That is the value of the benefits that have been earned as of the valuation date, so attributable to past service. We have what is also known as the actuarial value of assets. Many people are familiar with the market value. That is the asset in the account. But for purposes of calculating the funding contribution, we use an actuarial value. And what that does is it recognizes investment gains and losses over a 5-year period. It's to help reduce volatility in the plan's contribution. So in fiscal year ending 21, the plan had a strong return, over 25%, much higher than we anticipated. We are not fully recognizing those investment gains this year. We've recognized 20%, and we will recognize an additional 20% each year for the next 4 years to smooth that in over time. We then compare the actuarial value of assets to the accrued liability, and the difference is what is known as the unfunded accrued liability. The past service cost is equal to the amortization payment that we calculate to pay down this unfunded liability over a period of years in order to get the plan to 100% funded. We're currently at a 20-year amortization period. The normal cost is the value of benefits that are expected to be earned over the next year. We take that and we net out member contributions. So these are contributions made by active employees. Those reduce the normal cost dollar for dollar. And then we adjust it upwards for any expected administrative expenses that are going to be paid out of the plan's trust. Put all those three components together to determine the actuarially determined contribution. It's the sum of the past service cost and the net normal cost, plus a small interest component to adjust for the timing lag between when we perform the valuation and when the town actually makes the contribution. Here we have a 5-year history of the plan's population for both plans. On the town side, on your left-hand side, for both plans, it's broken down into 3 different categories. You have your active employees in the purple shaded area, your terminated vested members, and those are people who have left service of the town but have not yet started to collect the benefit. They're in the red shaded area. And then we have members in pay status. Those are people who have retired from the town and are collecting a monthly pension benefit currently. On the town side, you can see that the active members have been decreasing year over year, and that is because several years ago, the town closed the pension plan to new hires. So that we'll continue to see that count decrease over time. And likewise, we'll continue to see the members and pay status count increase over time. Eventually, there'll be no more actives left in the plan, and it'll just be retirees left. That's still several years down the road. On the police and fire side, that plan is still open to new hires. Therefore, you can see in the purple shaded section that the counts have remained fairly level year over year. The active population has remained fairly steady. The retiree counts are increasing because members are retiring and they're being replaced with new hires. This is just a graph of the active employee population in the plans. It's a distribution of age versus service. The darker the shaded box is, the higher the concentration of employees in that particular cohort. On the town side, you can see that the dark shaded area is higher service and higher age, and that is because the plan is close to new hires, so it is an aging population that will continue to get older and older as time goes on. Whereas with the police and fire plan, it's a more evenly distributed group because it is still open to new hires. So younger, newer hires are coming in and replacing older employees as they retire. On this page, we have a 5-year history of the plan's assets. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we used 2 different values of assets to calculate the plan's asset value. We have first the market value of assets. And you can see in 2021, the market value of assets jumped up quite significantly. That's primarily due to the strong investment return during the year. But on the actuarial value side, you can see that it's a much more smoother, steady increase in the value, and that's because we're not fully recognizing all the gains in the market this past year. And the same would be true in a year in which the investments are down and return less than we expect. We wouldn't fully recognize those losses either, to help produce a more stable, predictable contribution pattern. And that's evident in this graph with a 5-year history of investment returns, both on a market value basis and an actuarial value basis. You can see the dark green boxes when the market value basis were kind of bouncing all over the place, really heightened by the 26.5% return this past year. But on an actuarial value, it's much smoother. And even though we're not fully recognizing all the investment gains in the past year, still had a return of just under 10% on an actuarial value basis for fiscal year ending 21, which is still above our expectation. So you put the liability and the assets together and we come up with the funded status of the plan. The bottom left-hand graph, you can see the accrued liability of the plan over the last 5 years. It has been, for both plans have been steadily increasing. That is because there are still members in the plan accruing benefits and liability is expected to grow as a result. Like up in this top right-hand graph is the funded ratio, and that's the value of the assets over the plan's liability. And as Jared mentioned just a little while ago, the town plan is at 87% funded as of July 1st, 2021, and the police and fire plan is at 83% funded. Now you can see that the town plan funded ratio increased over the last year from 84% to 87%, and the primary reasons for that are one, the investment gains that have been recognized in the plan's actuarial value of assets, but there was also some liability gains on the liability side due to the plan's experience and a significant number of retirees passing away, that more than expected. However, on the police and fire side, you can see that the funded ratio declined slightly from 84% down to 83%, while the police and fire plan also experienced the significant investment gains. Those were pretty much completely wiped out by losses on the liability side as a result of members retiring earlier than we expected. And if a member retires earlier than expected, then their benefits are being paid for a longer period of time, and therefore it produces a higher liability than we originally expected. So putting that all together, we determine the actuarially determined contribution that the town makes. On the town side, the actuarially determined contribution has decreased from last year from 5.6 million down to 5.1, and that's because of those gains that I just spoke about. On the other side of the coin, the police and fire contribution has increased from 6 million last year to 6.7 million this year, and again, that's because of the losses I just spoke about. In totality, year over year, a very slight increase in the total contribution, but broken down a little bit differently this year due to the experience in the 2 different plans. This page is just to give an idea of the long range expectation of the funding requirements for both plans. This assumes that all assumptions come true year over year. Obviously, that would not necessarily happen in reality, but it's just give an idea, an order of magnitude of where we can expect the contributions to go. And you'll notice for both plans, the first 5 years, you see a steady decline in the contribution. And that's primarily because over the next 5 years, we'll continue to recognize those investment gains that we've deferred will fully recognize them over time. So that will put downward pressure on your contribution. On the town side, it will continue to decline because that population is becoming less and less active employees and more retirees. And once there's only retirees left, there's not much movement in the liability, and eventually they'll dwindle down to no retirees and no actives, and you'll have no contributions left. On the police and fire plan, the plan is still open, so it does come down, but it kind of remains level. And this is at the point in which the plan is expected to reach 100% funded. And at that point, you're only funding the normal cost. So there's the value of benefits earned each year, and you're no longer paying down that unfunded liability that currently exists. And these last two slides just kind of go through all the information I just presented in a graphical format with the nitty-gritty detailed numbers, and you'll see in this far right-hand column, these numbers should match the values in your budget books. So just over 5 million for the town plan and just under 6.7 million for the police and fire plan. And that's all I have, so I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Just have a question of, can we get a copy of this presentation from Representative Kuhn? Guess I'll throw that to Jared.
Yeah, we'll send around the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Question from Representative Zesma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Esma, District 4, through you to Jen. Thank you for the presentation, Jen. You were talking about some people taking retirement earlier than expected and how that changes your liability formula. Would they also be retiring at a lesser benefit because it is a formula, correct?
It is, but there are some people that are allowed to. We have an assumption that people retire at different ages and not necessarily at their first age in which they receive an unreduced benefit. Some people are expected to work beyond what we call normal retirement age. And to the extent people don't do that, they're still retiring with an unreduced benefit, but earlier than we expect. So therefore,
So
being paid more.
Unreduced. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zesma. Representative Pastilli?
Hi, Sharon Pastilli, District 3. So I just had a question. These calculations are based on like what like how recently were the mortality tables updated? Like I'm just curious how often we refresh them.
The mortality tables were updated within the last couple of years. The Society of Actuaries released a new mortality table about 3 years ago that was specific to public plans. It's the first of its kind. So it is for public plans, it is the most up-to-date mortality assumption that we could be using.
Okay, great. And then could you just tell us on a macro level how inflationary pressures will affect our overall investments and like the impact on our unfunded liability? I know it's a macro question, but like we're in
Right.
such a strange year, like we're in a year like we've never seen before. So just wondering, just some professional context on what we can expect to see.
So inflation will have an impact probably on two fronts. You have an impact on the liability side because there are many members are receiving, if not all members are receiving a cost of living adjustment, which is tied to inflation. It does have a maximum, so there's some protection there, but to the extent that we're in a high inflationary environment, members and benefits are going to increase more, which is going to drive the liabilities up. On the investment side, higher inflation, the markets will react to that, and how they will react to that could, be negative, which could produce lower investment returns than expected in the short term. But again, we do smooth assets to help mitigate some of that. And we have a fairly large gain from this past year that we kind of have slightly pocketed away to help to mitigate any impacts this year as we do the next valuation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Pastilli. Any other questions from the body? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Jen. You survived your first RTM presentation, budget presentation. We did want to have you speak because you're new and we have a lot of new members on the body this session. So thank you for everything.
My pleasure. Have a good evening.
Okay, we're going to hop into Department 1230 Conservation Commission. Director Tim Bishop. Tim, are you with us? Page 54.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the RTM. Do a quick rundown. Conservation Department. I guess I'll start with, we got page 56. Expenses. Overall, expenses are down 1.14%. That is largely due to the purchase of a new vehicle this year. So that will take off the capital expense. We got an increase in motor vehicle fuel, which has been common across the board, and some decreases in regular payroll, work attendance bonus, and longevity. Increase with this request was due to the request for a part-time admin staff person in the office at the cost of $20,280. Page 58. Not sure what else you want to know. Open to some questions. We're busy in the department with a lot going on, and that's about all I have for now. I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Bishop? I'm not seeing any in the chat right now. Representative Vergara.
Hi, Jill Vergara for District 7. Tim, thank you so much for being so responsive. You've helped me and given me information about the sand spit and a few other issues, and I really appreciate it. I was concerned last year when you dropped a position in the department, so I'm glad to see that you're getting a little bit of help this budget season. So I hope that that's helpful for your department, and I support it. I was wondering whether the Conservation Commission has voted on the fees. I remember you discussing this with the Board of Finance and that they were going to be taking a vote in the next couple of months about lowering those fees.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate that. They have not yet. Still working with the subcommittee right now on those. A couple of things have gotten to the forefront ahead of the fees, including the inland wetlands versus tidal wetlands map revisions. Took slight priority and cut the line just by a little bit. But as of our meeting last night, I did just mention that we will be circling back and pushing those to the front of the line again, and with the subcommittee staff commissioners last night. So that will come back very soon. I'll be coming back to you and the other boards with that.
Okay. Oh, so you do come back to the boards with that proposal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Due to, the impact on the finances, for better or worse.
Right. I'm curious about how that works with some of these commissions being self-funding. If the revenue drops significantly, is there any risk that they won't be able to do some essential functions, or?
I don't think so. I don't. I similar to other departments in not being a profit center. I think any losses we would make up for with being more efficient with those along the terms of online permitting and just complete restructuring within the department, such as with the fee schedule. I think it will improve a lot of downtime in that respect.
Okay. I just wanted to voice my own reservations about dropping the fees. And, you know, I'd love to see that SLR report if that's at all possible, but I just, so anyway, I just wanted to voice that tonight. But thank you for all of your work. It seems like you've been doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I think you're muted.
I apologize. I was muted. Thank you, Representative Vergara. What I had said, if you could read lips, I see that Madam First Selectwoman Kupchak, you've approached the podium and have something to add.
No, Mr. Moderator, I was just making myself available if there was any questions about the reorganization or the fee schedule is conservation.
Okay. Representative Zesman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Ezema, District 4, through you to Mr. Bishop. Thank you, Tim, for being here. I just wanted to ask if you think at this moment, at this point, your department is right-sized in terms of employees.
I think it is for right now. I think if you asked anyone in town hall, could they use more people? I would venture to guess the answer would be yes. But like I said, with some of the efficiencies I'm looking to make with the online permitting and fee restructuring, I think that'll help ease things and just be more efficient. So I think with the addition of the requested staff person part-time will be a big help, so we could process more paperwork as far as especially on the inland wetland permitting is our draw.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Zesman. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bishop. And this is your first RTM meeting, budget meeting as well, and welcome.
Thank you.
We will move
tonight.
on to Department 1110, page 45, Town Planning and Zoning, Planning Director Jim Wendt. Jim, are you with us?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like Jim Wendt, Planning Director, for the record. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for accommodating my switch to tonight's agenda. Highlights for the TPZ budget. I'll go through and be happy to answer any questions. On the payroll line, it shows a 17.3% increase from 2022. This, however, is only a 3.8% increase from 2021. In the budget message, I am proposing that the Admin Support 3 floater position that presently resides in the Building Department budget be relocated to the TPZ budget. This really is an overall budget neutral proposal, as we're not creating a new position here. We're just moving it from one agency to another. While still available to serve other permit agencies as needed, this position has proven critical to the TPZ shop, and therefore I'm proposing to relocate it to my budget. There's a new communications line this year. It's $500. That's a line item for an iPad for an inspector to link with the new online permitting system that we've gone live with. On the advertising line, I'm sure you heard from other departments yesterday that we are running over budget on our advertising. Traditionally, the $1,000 was adequate in the last full fiscal year that we published online. We were just under $1,000. We hadn't been publishing. We've been under the COVID protocols, under the executive orders, we're able to do our advertising on our website. Now that we're back publishing in the paper, those costs have increased, so I'm looking to add $1,000 to that line item. Lastly, under education, I'm proposing a $1,000 increase. There is a new state law adopted last year that requires mandatory training for land use commissioners. There are 10 planning and zoning commissioners, so I'm proposing $100 per member, assuming that the training offerings that will be upcoming will be of modest cost. So that is all I have, Mr. Moderator, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Any questions from the body? Representative Vergara.
Hi, Jill Vergara for District 7. Jim, your budget doesn't contain any legal, like, so if any zoning cases that involve the town go to court, you don't have that in your budget. It's all in legal services?
Correct, with the exception of a cost that comes out of fees and professional services to pay for the transcription of the public hearing. The legal costs come out of the legal budget. That's correct.
Okay. And in terms of certain high-profile cases or issues that have a lot of community interest, does your office make sure to contact district representatives or neighborhood associations to apprise them of the stages of litigation or anything like that?
I don't know that that's necessarily a role for my office. I know when there's a decision or when there's an opportunity to potentially settle litigation, the commission itself will meet with the town attorney who is handling the case. But I don't know that there's an opportunity for dialogue at that point with other folks besides the town attorney and the commission.
Okay, I would suggest that it would be a really nice thing if there were something percolating, or that there is being a court decision, to reach out to the district reps, because there's something in my neighborhood. I know that there's something in District 1 as well, that I would have really liked to have tried to get there if I had known about it, to represent people. So I think it would be a nice thing to do.
I'm not sure what you would be getting to. That's my only question. If it's a closed executive session between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the town attorney, there wouldn't be any other attendees necessarily.
Right. Well, I guess if it's an open court case and we could attend the hearing, that it would be great to know that.
Oh, to attend the actual court hearing itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, could I just point out that members of the public, including the RTM, are always welcome to sign up to receive agendas sent to them from the town planning and zoning, and can be alerted themselves to when things are coming up on the agenda. So you might want to do that, Representative Vergara.
I get those alerts. Thank you. And it is a great feature on the town website to be able to enroll in that. But this is it falls outside of that, unfortunately. So I didn't know about something that was pretty important. But going forward, it's a nice way for the town bodies to communicate with each other. And I think that that's one of our roles as RTM reps. It's something that people are very concerned about these days, is our zoning issues. So it would be helpful. Thanks. And Jim, also, I wanted to see if you thought your department was right sized compared to other towns. Have you ever done a comparison to other towns with your department?
We have. I think we're. I'm pleased with how things shook out with reorganization. We had a couple of retirements and a couple of new faces, and shook up some of the roles of folks, and that has really led to some positive results. So in short answer to your question, I think yes.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Representative Vergara. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any yet. And if nobody has a question, I just have one question, Mr. Wendt. The floater position was a $48,000 position under building, and it's now 73,000 under your budget. Why is that? Is it a different level, or?
I think I'll answer it this way. I think when that transition occurred, the assumption was that the person that was going to take on that role would likely be a newer hire at a lesser rate. But as it turned out, we had a very qualified incumbent person at a higher rate that was in that took that role. And it's worked out great, except I think the assumption was that it would be a little bit of savings. It turned out to be kind of a lateral thing because there was a highly qualified incumbent that ended up serving in that capacity.
So I'm assuming an admin support 3 is a lower level than an admin support 2, correct? Or I don't know.
I think it's the opposite. I know. I just know from a union scale, it's a 6, and it was a 6, is a 6, and I think the assumption was on last budget when that occurred that there would be a new hire, and it turned out to be an incumbent that successfully took on that role.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming tonight. I'm glad we could accommodate you. It's not a problem. I had a couple of those, so it's all good.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, we're going to head on to the library, 7010 on page 190. Town librarian, new town librarian, Scott Jozombek, and deputy town librarian Jan Fisher. And Scott, I hope I got that right.
Moderator, you nailed it, actually. So thank you. Did an excellent job. So thank you, members of the RTM. I'm Scott Jozombek. I have been your town librarian for about 4 months now, and I'd like to talk about the library as a whole instead of breaking up the main library and the Woods branch, because many of the services that we provide cross over between both buildings. This is a modest proposal. It's a slight decrease. It's with the 3-year average. What you'll see is some decrease in the staffing line, and really the only place you'll see an increase is in materials. And that's a reflection of the demand that we're seeing in ebook material. For many, when we purchase an ebook, it is not the cost that you get from Amazon. The cost for libraries can be anywhere from 4 to 6 times more to purchase an ebook. We don't actually physically own the ebook like we physically own the books. They are ours for only a year or 2. So sometimes if it is a popular work, we have to repurchase it. So we're just seeing some additional pressure from individuals adopting to ebook and e-audio books, and we would like to purchase more. And that's really the only increase that we're asking for within this budget.
Okay, thank you. Representative Georgiadis?
Hi, Drew Georgiadis, District 9. Scott, I just wanted to say thank you so much. I was in the library about 3 weeks ago, and you helped me with my Kindle, and you helped me connect the Libby to my new Kindle. And I've been out of town recently with some family things, and I totally relied on Libby and all of those digital books and audio books. And I just want to say thank you very much. I think it's money well spent. The lines for renewal and wait listing is tremendous. So there's a lot of need and a lot of interest amongst our town things. So thank you for adding that to the budget. I appreciate it, and thank you for your help.
Thank you, Representative Georgiadis. Any other questions from the body? Looks like everybody's happy with the library.
Oh, there is one in the chat.
That was up, just popped up. Thank you. Representative Zesma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Esma, District 4. Scott, welcome. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you yet, but I look forward to it. Several years ago, it might be more than several by now, but the library materials took a bit of a hit. And I'm just wondering if you are recovering. I can see what's happening with that line item in the budget, but are you where you need to be?
You know, since I'm new to this position, I am an analytics person, so I really want to give myself some more time to see if our purchasing is right-sized and in the right place. We are one of the highest circulating libraries in the state of Connecticut, so there's an incredible demand for books in this community. It's actually our one metric that's close to pre-pandemic levels, which completely blows me away. We are looking at actually outperforming last year by about 60%, and we're only about 18% short of our pre-pandemic level. So I think I look forward to the conversation with all of the bodies this time next year about maybe, looking at a little bit more spending when it comes to library materials. So for right now, yes, but
thanks. To be continued. For several years, I understood that Woods was the busiest branch in the state, and that may, one or two somewhere in the top tier. Is that still the case?
So I have been told that, being a metrics person, I'm still trying to figure out how we gained that unofficial title. I can say from observation and looking at performance, and I do work. If anybody wants to come, I can help with your device and get you on Libby. That was really good timing. I'm there the last Thursday night of every month, so if you need help with Libby, I'm there. I can tell you observationally, it's an extremely busy location, and there are days where it comes close to outperforming Maine. It is also a library where 50% of the traffic goes into the children's room. So I really am excited about that branch. And at first I kind of laughed at that unofficial title, but based on observation alone, I would bet some money on that. So I hope to come before this body next year with some metrics just to kind of prove that.
I look forward to that. It's an important resource for seniors too. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Representative Zesma. Anybody else? All right, Scott, it looks like you're off the hook for your first RTM budget meeting.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care, thanks. All right, we're gonna head on to Department 1320, Active Employee Benefits. We have a bunch of folks from Aon here, so they can introduce themselves as they speak. We start on page 65 in the budget book, so I don't know who wants to go first here.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Carlton Lindgren for Aon Consulting.
Thank you, Carlton.
I'm with my colleague, Joel Chamberlain. Much like the OPEB actuary, we don't have the budget book in front of us, just the presentation that we've made to the town.
That's fine.
So I don't know how you want to work this.
Yeah, you can share that with us. We have a lot of, like I said, new members, so they haven't been through these presentations before.
Okay.
So if you want to share your screen.
Yeah. You guys tell me if you can see it, okay?
Yeah. Starting. There we go.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bigger, possibly, or is that?
That's as big as it goes.
All right.
Okay, so basically what we do is we're trying to project the healthcare costs for the active population for fiscal 22-23. So we look at the prior claim experience for the group. That is the active medical, prescription drug, and dental claims. So claims from that dotted line down are the latest 12 months of claims. So you see we have about 9.3 million in medical, just about 2 million in prescription, and about 600,000 in dental costs. The one thing I'll point out on this slide is that we've made no COVID adjustment to the historical claims to project forward for the next year. Okay, so had we looked at this last year, we would have seen COVID adjustments in those claims to bring them up to normal levels, because during those 5 or 6 months, we saw significant suppression of claims during COVID. Okay, so we don't have that issue going forward any longer. Actuarially, we're right back up to speed with respect to medical claims, medical drug and RX claims. So moving to page 2, these are just the associated head counts with those 12 months of claims. Okay. Page 3 is the large claim report. Because it's a self-funded plan, there's a stop loss in place, which means that the town of Fairfield is only responsible for the first $150,000 of any one individual's claims during that 12-month policy period. If the claims exceed $150,000, they're picked up by the stop loss vendor. In this case, that's Anthem. Okay, so the numbers I showed you on the first page were gross claims. So if you look in this last column, those are the folks that had claims in excess of $150,000, and their claims totaled about $745,000. So we'll show you on the next page, when we actually do the calculation, that those $745,000 have to come out of the calculation before we trend them forward. Okay. Page 4 is just a fee history. These are the administrative fees and stop loss fees that you pay to Anthem. The administrative fees are basically to adjudicate the plan, and the stop loss fees are for that protection of any claimants that are in excess of the $150,000. Anthem picks that up. They don't do it because they want to. They charge you for it. Okay, and then the dental fee as well. This is the actual, I won't go through this because it's pretty technical stuff, but this is the calculation of how we come up with the required budget numbers for fiscal 23. We take those claims, we subtract out the individual stop loss limit claims. We then trend them forward at those annual trend rates that you see in this column. Update that for what we think the head counts are going to be for the fiscal 23 year. That would be these numbers. And we develop the new claim numbers, what the new administrative fees are going to be, what the new stop loss numbers are going to be. If you look over to the right-hand side, this number, $13,904,000, would be the new budget figure for fiscal 23, based on 459 medical lives. Okay, so then what we do to figure out what the increase needs to be, we take those 459 lives and multiply it by the rates that are currently in place for the 21-22 fiscal year, based on individual two parties and families. We multiply that all out and we come up with 12,516,000. So what this means is if there was no change to the rates in fiscal 2022-23, we would expect to collect 12,516,000. But the budget requires 13,904,000. So there needs to be an increase of 1,388,000 to the budget, or basically an 11.1% increase to the rates. Okay, and then on page 6, we show you what the rates would be with that 11.09% increase, broken out by bargaining unit. And you can see when you do that math, we come out to the 13,904,000. I know I went through that pretty quickly, but I would be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lindgren. Representative Kuhn has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, John Kuhn, Representative District 7. Couple questions. First about Anthem, and they're picking up the over $150,000 claim cases.
John?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you're difficult to hear.
Yeah,
Can you
just a
hear me
little
now?
louder, please.
Is this better? This better?
No.
I can still hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My question
That's
is
better.
my question is whether Anthem has ever turned down. Do they have a history of turning down our claims above 150,000? Are they a good partner with that, or are they like a typical insurance company and drag their feet, and even though we pay them, they don't want to pay us?
No, they don't have an option of turning down claims. That this is not the adjudication of the claim itself, right? So,
right.
If a claim gets sent in, Anthem makes the determination: does that claim fall within the parameters of your plan? If it does, they pay it, and if it doesn't, they don't pay it. But so these are all the paid claims. They've already been adjudicated and paid. When they total $150,000 is when Anthem comes in and says, okay, because being a self-funded client, all of those claim dollars get taken out of your bank account, right? So what happens when they hit 150 is they stop wiring for the claims for that individual, and they fund the claims themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question is on that 11% rate increase. Is that in line with the competition? Is that I presume that's
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not really a competitive type of calculation, right? It's we look at your claim experience, right? So we set rates last year because we go through the same process last year, and we say, okay, this is what we think we need for a budget for 21, 22. And then claims come in for that year that we set the budget for, and they generally come in higher or lower. I mean, the one thing that we do know is when we set a budget number, we're never going to hit it exactly, right? We're always going to be wrong. It's to the extent that we're wrong. In this case, you know, when we made those claim adjustments in the prior year for COVID, we did, quite frankly, what virtually every actuarial firm does and says, we tried to plus the claim. So the months that had really suppressed claims, we plussed them up to what we thought a normal month would look like had COVID never taken place. But it was such an unprecedented event that you know, the actuaries didn't have any data to go back and look at to say, okay, now we know how to make that adjustment. We really didn't know how to make the adjustment, if we're being quite honest. So we did that, and then when we had that full 12 months of claims, we projected that forward for what we think is going to happen. And basically what happened, I think the claims in the first half of this year came in probably a little bit higher than what we were expecting. The rebound, if you will, from COVID was a little bit more severe than we had anticipated. So you're a little bit over budget this year, and then that carries over into the projection for fiscal 23.
So there could be some savings in this that might come in under, but that's really.
Yeah, I mean, we still have
another. It's a bit of a crapshoot.
Right. We still have a bunch of months to go in fiscal 20, 21, 22. So the claims could turn around and we could be much closer to, you know, a 6 or 7% trend, which would be a normal increase, right? I think if you remember when I talked about the trend piece, medical trend is 6%. So if you were running on very average, your costs would go up 6 to 7% every single year. That's just kind of medical inflation, if you will. Right, so 11 is a little bit worse than the 6 or 7. And
let's hope tuition inflation isn't like that too.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Don't I know?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Kuhn. Are there, and Jared, if you could please make a note, Mr. Schmidt, that if we could get a copy of this presentation as well.
Will do.
Any other questions from the body? Okay, I don't see any. I just had one question, Mr. Lindgren. Do you know, or maybe this isn't a question for you, the percentage of the town employees that use the town insurance over opting out to, say, their spouse or some other form of insurance?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we do know it. Yeah, I could get it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's very high. The opt-out percentage is pretty low.
Pretty low?
Yeah, well, you know, they're pretty rich benefits.
I was gonna say, we have a pretty good plan in place.
You do.
Okay.
I can speak to that if you'd like. I think it's about 95% participate and about 5% waive out.
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's going to be it. We up. Representative Georgiadis.
Hi,
In the nick of time.
Drew Mercer, District 9. I probably should know this, but what's the monthly premium for single, married, family?
So it's right on page 6 of what I just went through.
It was so tiny, I couldn't see anything.
Okay,
really.
so I'm sorry. So based on the bargaining unit, it's about $820 a month for a well, now.
No, what they premium, what they pay.
I'm not sure of the contributions, right? All we're doing here is calculating gross cost. So.
Okay.
Jim, maybe you can help with the contribution percentage. They vary by bargaining unit, but.
Yeah, I can speak to that. You know, they do, as excuse me, as Carlton mentioned, they vary. They're all within a fairly tight range right now, between 15 and 17%. So that's what the employees are paying right now. As a
What's the
percentage.
actual dollar amount of 15, 17%?
If somebody has a calculator, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, I could do the math right here if you want me to. So it would be about $147 for a single.
We do a blended rate.
$315 for two-party, and about $430 for a family.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Georgiadis. So I guess that's on page 68, that this chart you have up here right now on the screen in our budget books. And it shows the costs for each tier.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, that was, I'm sorry, those were contributions for the medical only, not the prescription of the, or the.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Who's that?
How's it going? It's Frank McNeary, Budget Director.
Hi, Frank.
I just wanted to clarify that the you know, what you may have in the budget book is different from what Aon is presenting, because what Aon is presenting is numbers with February 22 data, and what was in the budget book was the most recent data that we had at the time it was published, which was November 21. So the numbers wouldn't match. You have to go with based on the chart that they're showing.
But this shows the cost for medical, prescription, and dental, or single plus one, and then family. Right?
Correct.
That's this chart.
Yes.
So the employee pays 15 to 17% of that number. Is that no?
Yeah. So it may make it easier for everybody, and they can review this, and we can always answer questions if they want to follow up.
But on page 67, so the page before, this chart is also, this goes over the calculation of what's in each budget, and it shows the employee contribution amounts. It shows the gross amounts, so it doesn't break it out by union. So yeah, that with the new budget, this would be updated and people can see this.
Okay. Mr. Hazelkamp, you have your hand up.
I do, because I don't want people to be misled. Those are accurate rates. The issue is every contract has a slightly different way they do it. There's a significant number of them that we do what's called the composite rate, which is they basically meld the three rates, and then the percentage is against one rate, no matter whether you're single, family, or employee plus one. It's very unique. I've never seen it before, but that's in probably 3/4 of the union contracts. And then there's a couple that actually pay the percentage on the tier that's listed on the page. So I just didn't want anybody to be misled about that. There's a process that we use to get to what the employees are paying. That's not necessarily directly off of those rates.
Yeah, Jim, we do use these rates to come up with the composite rate, though. So in essence, it's just broken down further, to your point. Instead of three rates, there's one.
Okay. I don't see anything else. So again, thank you, Mr. Lindgren, for coming tonight. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, you're up. Department 1330, page 69, Human Resources. Mr. Hazelkamp.
Thank you. Pardon me, I have a little bit of a cold today. So I think most of you probably don't know this, but this afternoon, there was an appeal filed of the Board of Finance cuts in my department in two areas. One is in the staffing and the other is in the risk management budget. So I'm not trying to preclude people from discussing the staffing, but my understanding underneath your charter provisions is there now be a separate process that we'll go through to have a whole discussion about the staffing structure in my office. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. I'll certainly answer questions. I just don't want to have you relive the same process twice, because it wasn't, I didn't even know you had this process, but there's a process that I guess it's your charter allows for a appeal of the cuts. And then there's another whole separate meeting where I guess there's a discussion about the actual cuts. So I just wanted to let that folks know, because that was filed late today. And you probably haven't yet received that. With respect to the rest of the budget, there's not a lot of changes. The only sort of substantive add that I have is a purchase of additional software. The software is intended to help manage distribution of policies. The software is currently used by the police department. It's called Power DMS. The reason it came about was they were raving about how they use it, and I did a demo of it. I think that it would be a significant enhancement in our ability to sort of distribute policies and track the policies and track the sign-offs. And it allows communications to the individual employees via PC, phone, a whole bunch of different mediums. So, that's really the one big line item change in the budget. And I'm not talking, I assume I'm not trying to jump around, but I'm just doing the operations side of this budget now. And then I guess you want to take questions on that piece, and then we can move to the other sections.
Sure. Just so you know, the process for appeals, we'll hear all the appeals before the budget vote on May 2nd. So that's how it works. Representative Carson.
Hi, for everybody, I haven't been through this appeals process. Can you someone explain what exactly goes on? What is the process? I don't know who will answer that.
I can answer.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. The department that gets cut can appeal the cut and appeal to the RTM and present again to the RTM before we vote on the budget to have their budget restored to whatever the level it was that was cut. It has to be done within 14 days after the BOF approves or hands the budget to us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's 10 days.
10 days.
The appeal has to be filed within 10 days after the notice of the Board of Finance is issued, which I did 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, I think.
But none of it's been sent to us yet, or I haven't seen it.
It's been sent to the clerk, to the town clerk's office, and I'm sure it'll make its way to you very shortly.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, Representative Iacono.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For anybody who wants to learn the process, you just need to read the charter on, it starts with how to file an appeal on page 50.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hazelkamp, I think you should just continue.
I'm actually done, but I'll answer any questions.
You done with everything?
On the on the operations, unless you want me to continue on to the insurance and claims, but there's some folks here on that.
Representative Spolier, is your question on operations?
Yes, I'm gonna, I know we can wait until the meeting, but payroll is under operations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I would just like to ask some of the questions now. I think they're bringing some of them up at this point is helpful, so people have some time to think about it before the process. So I just do have a few questions. One, Mr. Hazelkamp, I did hear that you weren't going to be with us for much longer, so I just wanted to know if you're owning this budget or if it's going to be somebody else's budget.
So I participated in the drafting of the budget. So in that case, I own the budget. Will I be here to administer the budget? I do not believe I will be here now.
Okay. And so then I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for Selectwoman Kupchak, but I noticed that your position had a 5% raise in the budget line item, and I didn't know if that was typical. I didn't see that in other department head raises, and I didn't know the reasoning behind that.
I don't actually know off the top of my head, but I think it was the roll up from 2 years of not. So we didn't get a raise 2 years ago, I believe. And then there was a roll up of 2 years, which is why there's a increase of I thought it was 4%, but it might've been 5.
Yeah, I can address that if you want, Mr. Moderator. This is Jared.
Yep.
So the funding for any raises was put into contingency last year, and so this is a reflection because the raises for department heads, and you'll see this across the board for non-union department heads, you'll see that the raises, because we knew what they were at the beginning of this fiscal year, were allocated to each of the budgets. Again, that's for non-union department heads, so you'll see that those raises were in there. So in essence, those raises, Jim's raise, any of the department heads' raises were given in last year's budget, but they're first showing up in the departments this year because they got moved out of contingency.
So we should be seeing those raises across the departments. I noticed conservation went down. The department head of conservation went down. Is that because he's new?
There could be a number of different reasons. That could be one of them. There could be other things happening in the, if you're talking about his position in particular and noticing that his position went down, then yeah, that would be the reason for it. If you're looking at the overall payroll number, there are other things happening in those numbers.
Okay, so
Can I just want to jump in to answer that question. So Mr. Carey, when he was here, his salary was higher because he was handling 2 positions because of the public corruption arrest. So he was doing DPW and conservation, so it's not a fair reflection of the salary that Mr. Bishop is receiving. It's not a comparison.
Okay. So that comparison, that position was dropped from 1 position to 2 positions. Thank you.
Right.
And another question or comment I just want to say is, or it's actually a question, in regards to the part-time diversity recruitment coordinator, I just want to make sure that that's a separate position from the DEI consultants that we approved in our ARPA funding. Because in ARPA funding, we approved $75,000 towards a DEI consultant. And I was just wondering if those are 2 different positions, I'm hoping?
Yeah, they're not.
The consultant that I included with the ARPA funds was going to assist with an affirmative action plan we were going to pay for, and then the diversity person that I added for part-time was going to ensure that affirmative action plan was monitored every year and updated, as well as working on diversity recruitment for the town of Fairfield. But they are separate.
Okay. They're great. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Spolier. Representative Pistilli?
Hi, Sharon Pistilli, District 3. So I had a few quick questions. For Mr. Hazelkamp, the software that you were talking about for HR policy, could you just tell me what that is again? I didn't catch it. I apologize.
It's called Power DMS.
And then, like, is it training on policies or is it a repository?
It's a software system that, I'll just give a couple of examples. You know, when you update a policy, one of the biggest challenges is to distribute it to the town hall employees. And this is a real problem in our current system. This system, basically, you put the policy out to the employees. It reminds them they have to sign off on it. If they fail to sign off on it, it sends them a reminder they haven't signed off on it. And then it archives that they have signed it. So then we have a record, in fact, that they are responsible for the acknowledgement of what's in the policy. None of that currently happens. So it can be used for more. I'm just using policies as an example. And it also tracks the different versions of the policies that we would have over time. So the sexual harassment policy has evolved based on a whole bunch of things over time. If we had this system, you would be able to go back and see what the different versions were. So it has version tracking in the system also. So, you know, it's a management tool to basically allow the town to distribute things. It could be memos, it could be a whole series of different types of things. And you set the system up based on the groups that you want, so that you could target certain groups. If you wanted to have the department heads could send a memo just to their departments. So it's broader than HR, but it's mostly an HR tool.
Okay, great. And then I was looking in last year's budget book on the same page for my notes for what we discussed last year. And one was the time card system, like the online time card system.
Yep.
And I think, like, I heard in BOF that the implementation of that moved departments, but I wanted to know where we were at with that because, you know, like, our people are our most expensive and most important resource, right? And so I think we had money in the budget for the time entry system, but I don't believe it's been implemented. So I was just wondering if you could tell me more about that.
Sure. We've had some just internal discussions that it made some sense to have the finance department be the project lead for that. So that there's been a movement to have that shifted there. There is, and I think Jared can probably speak to this. I see him up there. We have the money in different buckets, I think is the best description, but if Jared wants to talk to that.
I don't have too much more to add, except that it did get, the responsibility is being shifted to the finance department, and we will be looking at this this summer. But the money is once again in the budget this year, and will likely be in there next year as well. I don't anticipate that any of the money is going to be spent by the end of this fiscal year. It's going to be more of a project that we work on over the summer.
Okay, so is it like a vendor selection or a long runway on implementation, or what's the holdup?
Yeah,
I think yeah.
Yeah, so I unfortunately have to install these in 2 different towns. The vendor selection process is a 2 or 3 month process. And then the timeline for implementation is 6 to 9 months typically. It involves just software, it involves hardware, it involves training, and it involves integration with our current payroll system. So it'll be a significant project that will take, I would guess, 9 months to a year to complete.
So when it was put in the budget last year, it was just set aside, like is not a priority anymore?
I would say it's not that it wasn't a priority. I think there are other things that have to happen in our systems for us to go forward with that project. I think there needs to be some work in our munis systems to really allow some of this to happen that has not yet occurred.
So is the infrastructure that we need on the IT side in the budget so that we can move forward with this? Like are we budgeting for something we can't do?
No, you would be able to do it. So the costs aren't, the costs are 3 components. You have an implementation cost, you have a licensing cost for the software, and then you have a hardware cost for the clocks in the event that we have clocks. Most of the IT, most of the systems sit out on the cloud, so there's not wiring necessarily that occurs in this project. You typically will use PCs, or you will use phones, or you can have time clocks at certain areas if you want to do that. None of that really is IT intensive. The biggest lift is the programming of the pay rules into the software, and then the whole orientation of employees to that. It'll be a big change for the employees, because right now we don't capture time for employees, so except we have a couple departments that have actual old time punch cards, or whatever they're called, time cards. There are a
So
couple of those.
so it's not an IT system reason that we can't implement it? I thought you just did I misunderstand? I thought you just said it was an IT system reason why we couldn't implement
No, I
it.
think that there needs to be changes in the munis system for us to implement.
Oh, Munis system. Okay, cool. Okay. And then uh and then also related to the budget, have you looked at software for, there were 2 other items that I don't know where we're at with progress and if that software is also included in the budget, like for job descriptions and for performance management, because those are 2 big things that we had touched on that were highly emphasized in the VRIP, and in terms of like, organization modernization and managing our costs, our overall human resources costs. So could you tell me where we're at with job descriptions and performance plans?
Yeah, so we don't need software for job descriptions. I've probably rewritten half of all the job descriptions in the town over the last year. As we posted positions, I redrafted all the job descriptions. So that's an ongoing project, but I would say that we've made significant progress to the job description process, the lack of job descriptions, really.
Did you take steno out?
What's that?
Did you take steno out?
Typewriters, steno,
Abacus.
those are kind of out. We've tried to restructure the clerical series. I know there was a discussion a minute ago about administrative support 1, 2, and 3. I usually put those in all 3 every town I've been in. Right now, we have like 6 or 7 job categories of they call them secretary A's. They call them, they're just clerks. They have all kinds of really arcane titles. So the clerical series is now structured going forward that it'll be admin support 1, 2, and 3. 3 is the highest. I know somebody asked that question before. 2 is in the middle, and admin 1 support is entry level. So we tried to restructure some of the job series. That's a very long process. I'm currently involved with the DPW union to try to do a restructuring of their job series, which are also very arcane. But that's sort of what's going on with the job descriptions. Performance management is a different issue. The formal process of doing the performance appraisals by and large doesn't happen. And 1 has to be negotiated. 2 isn't, from an HR standpoint, I have in the public sector come
Mr. Hazelkamp,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's
Sure.
Mark McDermott, the moderator. Does this have any impact on the budget? Because I'd like to continue.
Yeah, I was looking at it like if we needed I was looking to see if it required a software solution that was
It
included.
doesn't sound like it has any
what that
impact on the
number
budget.
was.
So, do you have anything else, Representative Pistilli?
No, it was no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vergara.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Jill Vergara for District 7. Hi, Jim. So I had heard about your resignation a couple months ago. When and I heard it again announced at the Board of Finance meeting. When did you resign?
Oh, it wasn't a couple months ago.
Oh.
I'd have to look. It might have been 4 to 6 weeks ago. I'd have to look at the letter I sent.
Oh, okay. And is there a date, like a final date for?
I'm working that out. There's no reason that I can't stay on until they hire somebody new. So I volunteered to stay on until that process is complete.
Okay, and this is already being advertised. The HR director position has been advertised, and okay,
It's closed.
It's closed.
Yep.
Okay. And so in thinking about having a new director come on, does it make sense to have this open to them to structure the way that they see fit once they get their feet on the ground? I mean, it does seem odd to make a lot of changes to the department before a new director.
I wouldn't categorize it as a lot of changes. It's sort of the regular type of HR structure. It wouldn't be, it's not, it would be a typical personnel HR structure in most places. It's, no, do I think that you should wait? No. One of the reasons that I've struggled since I got here is the lack of resources. So yeah, I suppose you could say we don't need resources, and we could just wait for another year so that things don't get done. I think the department needs more resources. I think I put forward a plan that will accomplish that and help move the department forward. So, if the new director wanted to.
What kinds of things were you struggling with that you feel like you needed help with?
Oh, I think I've made pretty public that I meet repeatedly, I think in front of you folks, that I think the town is, from a HR standpoint, the worst department I've been involved in 6 towns. And I think I've said that before, and people can roll their eyes and say, that's not the case. That's fine. It is the case. So you can continue with a department that is dysfunctional, as far as I'm concerned, for a whole bunch of different reasons, or there can be an attempt to fix things going forward.
I had thought that it was mostly about the job descriptions, and I didn't know that you were referencing when you were talking about dysfunctionality in terms of staffing.
Oh, that's just one of the components. That's not the only.
Okay. And so what sorts of things do you do as a director, and what was advertised in that job description for the HR director?
My recollection of the job description is it describes what I currently do.
And what is that?
You know, the director is in charge of the different functions within the department. That includes benefits, that includes risk management, that includes personnel administration, it includes recruitment, it includes all of the typical HR functions that would be in a job description for the director. You know,
And there was a gap in coverage that you really feel like you needed an assistant.
well, it's not really, it's a merger of positions. So, you know, the risk manager, which was a position, is now been eliminated. So somebody will, and it will be the assistant director, assume that piece of the role, and then we will try to restructure some of the other functions within the department.
Yeah, I was sorry to see the risk manager go. I've had not issues, but I've had inquiries before. I forget what they're called. Is it a FOIA request? Yes.
Yep.
And he was incredibly helpful. I couldn't have done it without Mr. Egan's help. So I hope that you're able to staff it sufficiently so that the elected officials get help with those sorts of things, because I wouldn't have been able to be responsive just on my own. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Representative Vergara. So are you gonna speak to risk management, or we have Robert O'Connor? Is he with us?
Yes. Good evening. Rob O'Connor here from Assured Partners.
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, hi. Yep. So Assured Partners, we handle the liability, the errors and omissions, and the property insurance for the town. And currently, I mean, I can answer questions about the current budget, but I'll just give you sort of a general overview of what's happening this year. Basically, right now, the town's liability, E&O, and property is handled by KERMA. KERMA is the insurance company. They insure most of the towns in Connecticut currently. And the town is on a what they call a budget rate stabilization program. We're in this will be the third year of a 3-year budget stabilization in which they basically offer a ceiling on the increase. So the current ceiling is 5%. So we have currently budgeted a 5% increase, which is typically what we do. And then, you know, as we get closer to the 7/1 date, we get a better idea of exactly what the actual increase, or in some cases decrease, will be. But, you know, in terms of the budget, we have to come up with budget numbers in, you know, January, February timeframe. So it's difficult for us to know at that point. In fact, impossible really to know exactly what's going to happen. As we get closer, we get a better idea of, you know, where the numbers are going to come in. And then obviously by, you know, early June, we have a fairly good idea of exactly where it will be. But generally speaking, as I said, it's about 5% of an increase on the liability lines, the property lines, and the E&O lines. The areas where there's a larger increase would be in the cyber liability area, which is, as you know, many of you probably have been hearing about. Cyber liability is currently, you know, a significant issue in the insurance industry right now, and we're seeing, you know, an explosion of claims. So, therefore, you know, that's a larger increase. We're currently budgeting, I think, a 13% increase in that line. I talked to Jim last week. We were talking to the underwriter. It looks like that might actually come in higher than what we budgeted by possibly as much as $10,000, but still don't know that number for sure yet. And then the other area that we had an increase in was in the excess liability, which is also being driven by the market. So we're budgeting some higher numbers there. And then in the flood area, that's another area where we've got some 15 to 20% increases that we've budgeted. But yeah, that's kind of the overview. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the lines. Again, we handle the property, the liability. We don't do the workers' comp currently, but we do the other lines of insurance.
Okay. So did you just speak? You just did the you did liability and risk management part right there on this.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at our schedule. So the only thing is workman's comp, which is somebody else is gonna handle that. Jim's gonna handle that.
Correct.
Well,
Are there any questions, Representative Garskoff?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Josh Garskoff, District 5, and I apologize, I did not see the Board of Finance when this was discussed, but could someone explain why sports insurance is going to zero?
Yep, this is Jared. The scholastic insurance was eliminated from the town budget and moved to the Board of Education, which is where those claims would go because they're related to, kids getting into accidents or having injuries, either in a sport or, somehow involved in a school activity.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I guess
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say, and Jim Hazelkamp kind of touched on this, and I know Rob O'Connor didn't have a budget in front of him, and when he said that he was dealing with risk management, he was generally speaking from the standpoint that he has the types of insurance that he spoke of. But as far as, in our budget, we do have a separate line item for risk management that is a different, different and a different function. And I can speak to that if you like. This is one of the areas that the Board of Finance eliminated funding for. You'll see the $850,000 there. And so that amount was zeroed out. And just for background, the way that this works, in addition to the workers' comp piece, those two amounts that get appropriated get swept into an internal service fund, and all the expenses are paid out of that internal service fund. And so the question and the debate came up into the Board of Finance about how well funded or not that internal service fund is. The Board of Finance made a decision that they thought it was funded enough that the line item for the risk management of $850,000 could be eliminated. As Mr. Hazelkamp mentioned earlier, he submitted an appeal to restore at least a portion of that $850,000. It specifically made it the amount $500,000. And the reason for that is because while, I think it's debatable whether or not it's overfunded, but we need to do some more work, and I think it's dangerous to just zero that line item out this year, not knowing exactly what the impact is going to be. So we may acknowledge that you could reduce that line item somewhat, and that's the purpose of the appeal. We do not think that it should be eliminated. It would not be good. It would not send a good signal to credit rating agencies and others. And so we can talk more about this during the appeal session, but that was that's the purpose of it and the reason that we filed the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. We have some questions that we probably missed here. Representative Iacona?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wanted to follow up on Josh Garskoff's question on the Scholastic insurance. I know that it was transferred to the Board of Education, but I'm sorry, I forgot your name from the insurance. You seem to have more information about. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. You seem to maybe possibly have an answer to this. The Scholastic insurance that was transferred over, is that insurance is that entire plan required, or is there a portion of that that also has a piece that's sort of supplemental insurance for intramurals?
Okay, so on that piece, it's sort of a unique situation. I'm not sure how it happened, but we do not handle that particular piece. Our agency does not handle it. It's handled by a different agency. I've actually suggested that it get moved over. I think it makes sense to have one agency handling all that, but be that as it may, currently, I mean, I know I can speak generally about those policies, but not specifically about the town.
Gotcha. So the agency on the Board of Ed will know whether or not they're carrying two pieces, one that they must have and one that's supplemental that's optional.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that there's nothing that I know of that's mandatory. That's a policy. That's a decision. You can drop that policy. There's nothing requiring it. It's a voluntary decision to either have it or not.
And do you know what can you, Mr. Garskoff said it, but what was the line that we transferred? What was the amount that we transferred over?
Right, it was $70,000.
Okay. And none of that's mandatory for the district to take on.
That's right.
That's a voluntary policy, as far as I know. Yeah, there's nothing requiring that.
Does it open us up to more exposure?
You know, I mean, I can speak generally about those policies. You know, in my experience, those policies tend to be, you know, more, you know, lower cost, lower claim type coverage, unlike the policies we handle, which are, you know, $1 million catastrophic type claim policies. So those are policies that some towns decide to self-insure because, you know, and that's something that the town may want to look at, you know, but without having all the data, as I said on the, you know, when I talked to the Board of Finance about this, you know, without having the claim data to analyze, it would be hard to say whether the town is, if that $70,000 is well spent or should be considered, you know.
Gotcha. So that could be a potential area of cost savings for the Board of Education to explore.
I wouldn't, I guess, you know, in another, maybe, you know, I guess.
Depending on what their data says.
You could look at it.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Iacona. Representative Zesma?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Asma, District 4. I think this would be for Jared. Just to go back quickly to your discussion about the risk management contingency, are we entitled, and I just want to ask this question while we're all gathered here, are we entitled to claim history with whatever redacted, you know, information there needs to be, but as part of the appeal process?
I think I would defer to the town attorney, Attorney Baldwin, if he is on.
Hi there, I am on, but I missed the question.
Hi, Jim. It's Liz Asma, District 4. The appeal process is new to me, and since we're all gathered and we're talking, or we're just specifically talking about the risk management contingency, are we entitled to any kind of claim history? With, as I said, with whatever information needs to be redacted?
We, being the RTM, entitled to a claims history.
Sure, an appeal to move monies around for, that type of contingency, that would be good information.
Yeah, we certainly have information that based on past years in terms of what's been paid, if that's what you're talking about.
Or what projections are being made and on what basis, so.
Yeah, when we can talk about projections, but when you talk about on what basis, that's when it becomes somewhat confidential in terms of ongoing litigation. But I'm sure that we can come up with some sort of package that would have that information for you.
Okay, Jim, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Zesma. I apologize, Representative Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Kuhn, District 7, Moderator 2. I think this is probably for Jared. Jared, it's actually a couple questions. You mentioned the risk management fund, and that as something that the agencies have, have focused on, highlighted, whatever. Maybe that's a little heavy language in terms of when they look at our ratings. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, have they specifically mentioned risk management practices in our budget?
Representative, I'm having trouble understanding. You're a little bit, yeah, it's muffled. I couldn't understand what the question was.
Okay, is this better? Is this any better?
No.
Is this any
And
better?
if somebody else heard it and understood it, I'm happy if somebody else could repeat what they understood.
I believe he's asking basically what effect this has on our rating, and do the rating agencies look at the risk management part, and have they actually commented on our risk management level? Yeah, do the agencies highlight our risk management budget? Have they commented on it? So that's what he's asking.
Risk management, to go back and give you a little bit of history, this fund was severely underfunded years ago, 15 years ago, was severely underfunded, and it did become a topic of conversation in any of the meetings with with the rating agencies. It was higher on the list and one of the first questions that they would ask. So yes, it is something that was an issue. And over the years, it has been, the Board of Finance, all the other boards, the town has put a lot more emphasis into funding this better and has brought it around to the healthy status that it is now, which is one of the reasons that we're concerned about making this reduction, because it's really undermining and undoing a lot of the good work that's been done over the last 10 or 15 years to bring this fund back into the healthy status that it is now. So, and just to give you a better sense, back in 2010, the balance in the fund was at a negative $6 million, and over time we've gotten the fund up to a level where it's at about a positive $6 million. And it sounds great, and it is. I mean, it is. It's a huge improvement. There's some reason to still be, a little bit concerned, because some of the recent increase over the last year or two is probably short-lived. It has to do with, some COVID-related factors, including the fact that people were not going to the doctor. So when we budgeted for it, we were kind of budgeting at a higher rate for the medical piece of the internal service fund. And so when people weren't going to the doctor, we ended up spending less. So it created at least an impression that that there's more funding in here. And so that's a reason. And so if you look at it over the last, between 20 and 21, that balance has grown by $1.5 million, largely because of that. And I would say probably the same, for the same reason that there's been also some positive variance on the risk management side as well, because of, court cases not happening at the same rate due to COVID.
I'm going to cut this conversation short because unless, Jared, you're basically giving your appeals presentation right now, sort of. So we're going to have to do that anyway. So let's hold off any further on this line of questioning, if that's okay with everybody, because we're going to go through all this again in a couple of weeks. John, do you have a different question, or is it under the same cyber attacks? Have we had any cyber attacks in the past? What was the past budget for this? I don't know who that's for.
Kelly on? Dave Kelly? Are you on?
He's always on.
He is always on.
If he's not on, we're not on.
Yes, I'm here.
Dave, did you hear that question?
So what was the question?
Question was, have we had any cyber attacks in the past? And what was the budget? What was the past budget for this?
We haven't had any attack that's cost us any money. I mean, we're always under attack. We're always defending against attacks, but so far, knock on wood.
Thank you. All righty. Anybody else for, did we want to do, Jim, you were going to do workman's comp, right? Mr. Hazelkamp?
Unmute. I forgot. I apologize.
It's okay.
The numbers are pretty self-explanatory. The first line item for the 100,000 is actually the payment of claims for the TPA, for PMA. There's a $20,000 line item for risk. We have a risk manager that comes in from the company and provides training to the employees. Workers' compensation number itself is a number that comes from the comp carrier. They do a pretty comprehensive analysis of our outstanding claims and then make a judgment about what the cash flow will be for those claims for next year. And you can see, I mean, the good news is that the number has trended down. We had some discussion at the Board of Finance as to why that is. It's not always clear why it is. It could be demographics. We might have a younger population now, but the long and the short of it is it's positive for the town because the number has been trending down. And that's pretty much what I have for workers' comp.
Okay. Any questions on workers' comp from the body? All right, unless there's anything else, I think we're done with the this department for now, until you come back with your appeal, whether we hold that the night of the vote or we have it at another time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. All right, public safety, 4010, page 139, fire chief Dennis McCarthy and deputy fire chief Kieran Dunn. Gentlemen, happy to see you.
Moderator, members of the RTM.
It's all yours.
Yep. If you'll indulge me for one moment, let me recognize the contributions of 102 men and women of the department and all our divisions for the work that they've done over the past year. To recall, it began with the remnants of Hurricane Ida and several other weather emergencies, and continued through our dealing with COVID, as well as the day-to-day emergencies that fire department responds to. I can tell you that my opinion and my observation of that performance is it can be summed up by they treat every call as if it was happening to a member of their family. That is how it gets relayed back to the deputy and I and the first select woman, and compliments to their performance. So I wanted to take an opportunity to recognize their contributions to the town's safety and well-being. I will review the top 10 items in our operating budget that are drivers of the increase, and give you a little bit of background, and pause for questions from the RTM. In personnel services, sick and injury, we have reverted to the 3-year average. We have attempted to undershoot the 3-year average, anticipating some resolution of outstanding liabilities and employee absences, long-term absences and injuries, and that has not been successful. So we have gone back to just under the 3-year average for sick and injury. And you'll see in the 51065 account, our training overtime, the increase there is relative to anticipated increase new employees that will replace retirees over the next year, anticipating additional staff above our typical 1 or 2 per year, with hopefully a settlement of a contract in the upcoming year that will prompt some to retire, and that translates to a training cost as we send their replacements to the fire academy. The 53000 account, IT software, reflects new records management system. Our current software is being retired by the company, no longer supported, and we are in the process of evaluating other options, all of which are more expensive than the current firehouse software that we use for records management. In the 53200 account, fees and professional services, we have in the past, and we're required to have every employee receive a annual physical, and typically, or in past years, we were doing that through their insurance provided by the town of Fairfield. That option is no longer available to us for a number of reasons. We have negotiated a rate lower than the insurance reimbursement for those fees. So instead of the town processing fees through insurance at a higher cost, we're being direct billed for those physicals for uniform employees. And there is, in the insurance reserve fund, there will be some relatively unnoticeable change because of a large number there, but certainly the increase in our budget is very obvious. The fuel account, the 54150 account, we have been very consistent in the number of gallons we use. It has held steady consistently over my time with the department at roughly 22,000 gallons a year. The change you see is the number provided by the purchasing agent and the finance department that reflects the increase in fuel costs. 54310 is equipment repair. That is relative to self-contained breathing apparatus in particular as they age out, as we're keeping them online. We anticipate over the next year we will receive a grant, we receive funding for replacement, but have to accommodate some of the costs to maintain the existing equipment, and that's reflected in the increase in the 54310 account. Apparatus maintenance, the 54,330 account, apparatus maintenance and repair. Just the complexity of our rolling stock computer systems that are integral to every piece of equipment has required us, it has driven up the cost to maintain that equipment. We have been pretty steady over the years in our apparatus maintenance account, and this is reflective of those increase in maintenance costs. On the next page, 57,000, account number 57000, capital. I don't know if you've gotten updated pages from the Board of Finance reduction, a reduction of $125,000 that was removed for this account for our
Radios.
the radios, and we will be going through the process to have those purchased as a bonded debt, capital non-recurring line item. But the other driver in this above our annual average reflects the purchase of 2 new vehicles as we replace some of the Crown Victorias that are circa 2008, 2009. The last time we have only purchased 2 new vehicles since 2013. So our fleet does need some attention, and we're accomplishing that with this increase. And lastly, in training, you'll see an increase, and this is reflective with additional staff going to the Fire Academy for the recruit program as we hire new employees. The cost of tuition, which is roughly $7,500 per candidate, is included in the increase here. And those are the main issues as it relates to the fire department increases.
Thank you, Chief McCarthy.
Thank you.
To the body, any questions for the chief? Well, Chief, looks like there's no fire, or you put it out already. So we'll move on to your next section here, which is the
emergency management.
Page 156 in our budget books.
The only comment that I would make, certainly we have demonstrated, I hope for you, the value of emergency management, which is a coordinating function amongst all of the departments, regardless of who is the principal. It could be a police emergency, fire emergency, or as we have seen over the past 2 years, a health emergency. And we have worked, members of our department, leading various areas of responsibility in support of the town's response to COVID under the direction of the health director and the first select woman. I should note that we received a performance grant that subsidizes this budget to the tune of $30,000 every year. That's based on a per capita formula. And this is, in my opinion, money very well spent to maintain a level of readiness in the community, regardless of what emergency we might be challenged with.
Thank you, Chief. Representative Havey.
Hi, Lisa Havey, District 6. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the Chief. I have a question about AMR. I'm wondering, for the town not to have their own ambulance service, is it an economical issue? Is there a contract with AMR? Is there a better way to serve the residents with a, I'm going to say a good, safe response? Thank you.
Yep. So I can tell you that this is a subject that has received a lot of attention by the department, by the Board of Fire Commissioners, through the administration as well. And certainly the desire on the part of the fire department to provide this level of service. Our members are anxious to, and I am as well. The challenge that we've had is that the cost to the town of Fairfield, and as is true in every community that provides paramedicine and transportation for emergencies, requires a subsidy from the town of Fairfield or any town. Other communities we've looked at subsidize that anywhere between 250 for small communities to over $1 million. And we're receiving these services currently from AMR at no cost to the town of Fairfield. So we look at, the AMR's performance, and there is a shortage of paramedics. Part of the challenge that we took on paramedicine as a department function, we would be faced with the same shortfall and challenge in finding paramedics. There is a real struggle by all agencies that provide that level of care. So we looked at AMR's performance and the expectation in the previous contract and the standard of care is they meet on-time performance at least 90% of the time, with certain exceptions for I-95 and the very longest response times. They dipped as a result of conditions that all emergency medicine providers were experiencing in August and September, and they have been consistently above 90% since then. We have regular communications and meetings with AMR senior staff. We are working to improve that level of service and always looking for the opportunities where the town of Fairfield might increase its role in pre-hospital care. But at this time, it is not economically feasible, and nor is it necessary to provide a level of safety because because AMR is providing a level of safety that we are at this point comfortable with.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Havey. Are there any other questions for the chief? All right, Chief, seeing none, I thank you. Yeah, Representative, just to say thank you, of course.
Thank
We
you.
all thank you. We thank you all for the service to the town and what you do for us. I know when my parents were here, living here with us, and you guys came several times to pick my mother up off the ground when I wasn't home. So I appreciate, yeah, you do feel like family when you walk in, when they walk in the door. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night, all.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. All right. Department 4030, Police Chief Bob Calamaris and Deputy Police Chief Keith Broderick. Page 144 in our budget books. Chief, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and members of the board. Thank you for having us here this evening. Our 2023 budget represents a just about 0.5% decrease from last year. Some of the contributors to this decrease in the budget are a reduction in our maintenance and repair budget, an IT position that is moving over to the IT department. We had also crossing guards that are being transferred to the Board of Education. And we had a significant reduction in our capital line. And so one of the most significant proposals, it was an increase to our staffing of sworn officers, going from 108 officers to 110. I believe that the information or the comparables were shared with the members of the board relative to other departments of our size within the state. And it reflects that we could probably use more than just two. But as I spoke to the previous boards, the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen, it would be improper if I came before the board and asked for as many officers as we actually need. So as far as our revenue, it represents a 1.92% increase. That's a result of increased pistol permits. We have a new parking program with a license plate reader system, which is more technologically advanced and more automated, as opposed to having special officers walking and handing out citations for parking. This system is much more efficient, shows a significant increase in revenue for the town, in addition to false alarm responses and funeral escorts.
All right, is that it for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the body? Representative Estarita.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question for the chief, you just mentioned that you think you need additional officers. How many additional officers do you think you would need in order to keep Fairfield safe as compared to similar communities?
Well, comparably, for departments throughout our state, you know, we currently have 108. I'm looking to increase our sworn officers to 110. I think if we got to 110, I would reevaluate. Some of the departments of our size throughout the state are around 120. I couldn't necessarily say at this point that we need 120, but I guess there's a number somewhere in there that we're going to find a good balance to be more efficient with our overtime, be more efficient with how we do things within the town, and still provide a greater level of service to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Estarita. Representative Wolk.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to Chief Calamaris. How are you guys? Hi, Deputy Chief Roderick. Hope everybody's well. Anyway, I just have a quick question. I usually ask every budget time for you guys. How you doing? How you guys are doing with your cars? You're up. Do you have enough? I mean, I guess you can never have enough cars, but are you having an issue with parts from the old cars, or you're all caught up?
Well, this year we proposed not in the capital line, but we're proposing to replace 9 cars out of our outside job fund, which due to infrastructure improvements throughout the town, such as fiber optic lines, the increased gas lines over the last several years, we've shown an increase in our outside job fund, which supports the officers that are working those outside jobs, which in speaking with the finance director and chief administrative officer, determined that it was in the best interest of the town to forego putting capital line or cars out of the capital line, and to use that money to replace the vehicles for the year.
So you guys are okay as for now?
As long as our budget gets approved, we should be okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you. You guys take care.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Steele.
Thank you. Jeff Steele, District 2. Chief, just a question. We see, you know, crime is on the uprise all throughout the country, but even here in Fairfield, and we see it. It seems almost weekly we see or hear about a you know, if not a carjacking, a car theft, or a car break-in, a house break-in, pursuit of criminals and joyride criminals. what is your sense of Fairfield being sort of a victim of this versus some of the other towns in Fairfield County, or even in the region? Are we getting a bigger brunt of it? The same? Is it just everywhere, pretty equally distributed, or what? And how has that affected your capacity to deal with it?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Steele. I think what you're seeing is, we're not alone in this. I think we're seeing a significant increase of more serious crimes, or more crimes that are, I don't know, I guess more flagrant, and they're happening not only in Fairfield, they're happening in Westport, in New Canaan, and in smaller towns around us, and pretty much all over the state. And I think, so the second part of that question is how are we dealing with it? I think how it impacts us is there's more follow-up, there's more significant investigation going into the crimes that are committed, because they're not just petty crimes such as shoplifting, or when we have a robbery case, that's a case that's gonna, or a carjacking like you just illustrated, that's gonna be a case that's gonna require prosecution, more significant legal or more in-depth investigation into why that crime was committed, who did it, and gathering more detailed evidence to come to a good prosecutorial closing for it.
Okay. And you'd agree that there's been an uptick in the last year, certainly in the last 2 years since pre-COVID. I mean, it seems apparent as a
Point
citizen.
of order. Is this a budget question? Thank
Yeah,
you.
so yes, it is actually. So first of all, right, wouldn't you say that's the case? That there is an uptick?
Yeah, Mr. Representative Steele, I think we want to leave it.
So
your
my
question
is
should
this.
be, do we need more officers to handle current? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to say the question. So do you feel we have the ability to deal with this uptick? And are you capable enough to do that? Do you feel you're situated enough?
Yeah, so as many of you may know, and I'll try to keep this as brief as I can. I'll share just a little. So in FY20, we had 4 officers that retired. FY21, we had 6 officers that retired. In FY22, we had 13 officers retired. Our current staffing is at 108, and we have currently 99 officers. So we are down 9 officers as we speak. And the one thing that we don't want to do as a police department is cut services in areas where we have specialties, such as the school unit or the traffic unit. These are 2 very important components, not only to the police department, but also in areas of the town. It impacts our community directly, whether it be the students or the faculty or the parents of the students. Traffic is probably one of our biggest daily complaints. Everyone's speeding, everyone's running red lights, everyone's running stop signs. And we have a team that specifically deals with that. And I think when I illustrate that we're down to 99 officers currently, and we probably have 3 or 4 months before we recover from that significant decline. What I don't want to do is I don't want to cut services to the community, because I believe that they're important. And I think now more than ever, the community is feeling that fear of crime. Maybe not the crime itself, but the fear of crime. And I think it's important for us to be out there to support the community.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Steele. Representative Fury.
Hi, my name is Marty. I'm representing District 1. Through you, moderator, to the police department. I just had a question. I'm new here, so bear with me. But does the police department's budget Is it when the police department services the schools, does it come out of the Board of Ed budget or the police department's budget?
Comes out of the police department budget.
Okay, could that come out of the Board of Ed budget? Because I have a mom, I have 3 kids who are in the elementary school, and I personally love seeing a police officer at the school.
I think it's important that it comes out of our budget. You know, our police officers get trained and managed at the police department and from the police department. I think that if you put that burden on the Board of Education, you know, quite frankly, we're 2 different entities. We're there to support the nearly 10,000 faculty, staff, and students that work at the Board of Ed. And the incidents that occur within their community. I think we share a great relationship with the Board of Education. And I feel that we have a good balance. At the same time, we are police officers and they're educators. And I think it's important to differentiate those two. So to answer your question directly, I think that it is important that we keep our officers budgeted within our budget.
Okay, thank you.
Do you?
Thank you, Representative Fury. Representative Bastilli.
Sharon Bastilli, District 3. I'm sure I speak on behalf of everybody, but you know, thank you for everything that you're doing to keep us safe, especially, you know, in light of COVID, the pandemic, everything that's happened the last couple of years certainly make us appreciate our public servants now more than ever. I have a question with respect to, you know, I am concerned about us not having the number of officers that we need. My concern is more aligned with traffic safety because, you know, as there may be an uptick in crime, it seems that the driving habits of people since COVID have gone completely bonkers, for lack of a better word. I walk my dog on very busy streets, and people really think that the curb is going to save me from if they hop the curb, like Burroughs Road going 50 miles an hour and blowing stop signs. So I'm just wondering if we don't have the capacity to add personnel now, are there technology advances that we can invest in that perhaps would be self-funding with violations, which would make me not a popular person to say that out loud, but like just to overall affect the safety of, you know, for pedestrians and for bikers, because it just, is my perception correct? It just seems that there are more moving violations and people are driving faster now than they were, you know, like 18 months ago. It just seems like a lot of pent up energy and it's causing public safety concern. So is there anything, you know, that we can invest in that would help that?
I'm not sure specifically. Are you talking about like red light cameras or?
Yeah, so we're under in terms of officers, right? And we need to increase our safety. Is there anything in technology that we could invest in that would be less than humans that would still have a positive impact?
We do have some technology out there. I mean, we could always invest in additional technology, but just because we're down in staffing, you know, we look at our enforcement efforts and our enforcement statistics, and they are on par with what we have done in the past. So you're not going to see a reduction in services per se. In essence, what we're doing is we're doing more with less at this point right now. The concern that we have from a management standpoint is that we have officers that are working, you know, sometimes 16-hour shifts to fill voids in staffing, and that is a concern for us as it often tends to lead to burnout when officers are getting ordered shift after shift for 16 hours. They go home, they sleep for, you know, 6 or 8 hours and then get right back to work another 16-hour shift. You know, and we do our best to manage that, and it can only be done for a certain amount of time. And, you know, eventually officers get burned out and they can't, you know, they can't continue. So
And do we have another, like, do you anticipate another retirement bubble that would affect our budget? So we had 13, right? Like, is there another bubble coming based on age or in years of service?
yeah, so we did look at an analysis, and I could say that in the last year, where we showed a significant increase in retirements, that wasn't just because of aged out retirements. That was also a result of individuals just seeking employment outside of police work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bastilli. Are there any other questions? I don't see any in the chat. I'll give it a couple more seconds. All right, Chief, seeing none, we're going to move on to your 4150 department. Fund 123, Emergency Communications Center, starts on page 159 in our budget books.
Hello again. So one big change that I'll point out, and this is really about it. So what we did with the ECC was we took it out of the general fund budget and made it its own fund, similar to what happens with the WPCA budget. ECC has its own revenue source. Revenue sources. Money comes from the state. Money comes from other towns that participate in the ECC. And so in the interest of transparency, we put it into its own fund. All of the expenses moved over out of the general fund and into that fund, which is on page 200, and the revenue is on page 254. The spending is on page 255. So the revenue also was in the general fund, and that got moved over as well. I don't know if there are any questions. So one other thing, there is because the revenue isn't quite sufficient to cover the entire budget, the entire ECC budget, there is a line item within the general fund ECC budget that goes into the new fund to help to supplement it so that all the revenue is there for the operation of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Are there any questions from the body? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so Chief Calamares and Deputy Chief Broderick, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you and the force for all you do for the town and your service.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
All right, we're on to the Board of Ed now, so you might want to change your budget books out, and so Mr. Cummings, Superintendent Cummings, will you be starting the lead off here for us?
Mr. Moderator,
Oh, Ms. Vitale's going to start off for us.
I'm just gonna jump in first, if you don't
All
mind,
right,
Mr.
go ahead.
Moderator. Hi, everybody. Christine Vitale. I'm Chair of the Board of Education. I'm joined tonight by Vice Chair Mr. Nick Asa, as well as Mr. Superintendent Cummings and our executive directors. It is my pleasure to present the Board of Education budget to you tonight. I'm going to knock on wood and saying this is the budget that is taking us past the pandemic. It's the budget that funds our district improvement plan and really just takes us to the next level of student achievement, student engagement, and student well-being for our district. Just a quick overview of the budget. The superintendent presented a budget increase of 6.22%. The Board of Education was looking to bring that increase down. We asked the superintendent to take another look at specifically our ESSER 2 and ARP ESSER funding. He presented a series of budget adjustments that utilized the grant income, as well as just made a couple of reductions to the proposed budget. That brought us down to a 5.42% increase. That went to the Board of Selectmen. That body reduced the budget by 2.5 million. The Board of Finance restored that 2.5 million. So the budget before you today is pretty much the budget that was unanimously approved by the Board of Education. Mr. Cummings will be taking you through a presentation of the, excuse me, I lost my AirPod there, of the budget, just in case you haven't been following along as the budget's made its way through the other town bodies. Before I turn it over to him, I just want to thank him for his service, thank the executive directors and everyone associated with the Fairfield Public Schools. It has been the most challenging time, I think, in public education these last 2 years. And I thank them for their service, their dedication to our community, to our children. I thank our families for just, for all their help in the ever-changing guidance, schedules, really reacting to what will hopefully be a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cummings and look forward to the discussion tonight.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vitale, and good evening, everyone. Mike Cummings, Superintendent of Schools. We're getting a presentation ready for you. Ms. Laborious, who many of you have not yet met, is our Executive Director of Business Operations, and she'll be manning the slideshow tonight. I'm joined tonight as well by the rest of our Executive Director team, and we're available to answer any of the questions that will come up this evening. Before I begin, I just want to echo Chief Calamaris' comments. The community we have with our Fairfield Police, and particularly the school safety unit, is a great comfort, I know, to the staff, to our students and the families. And the town's support of that school safety unit is critical to the well-being of Fairfield Public Schools as a whole. I think it's just a remarkable relationship, and all credit goes to the folks in Fairfield Police. So thank you, Chief Calamaris, Lieutenant Y, and everyone else. We're going to begin tonight. We'll go to the next slide. Many of you are familiar with the Board of Education mission. If you're not, we're not going to ask you to memorize it, but it is really critical that we do begin every presentation on a budget with this slide, because our budgets are designed and refined with the mission in mind. Everything we put forward in a budget is designed to fulfill the mission of the Fairfield Public Schools. I'm going to, Ms. Laborious, if you go 2 slides next, please. Let's go to actually, if you go 1 more, please. Yep, this is the historical budget trends. We feel like it's almost an obligation, but it has been pointed out by ourselves as well as other town bodies that this is an unprecedented increase from the Board of Education and the Fairfield Public Schools. And you can see from the slide that at least for the past decade or so, that is true. It is certainly based on a reaction to so much of a result of what we're responding to as a school system to the demands of our students as a result of the pandemic. We have just completed our mid-year reviews of our school each meeting with each of our school teams and our school improvement planning teams, and the work that is being done in the buildings now in response to student learning needs is really a testament to the hard work of our staff. But I think even as great as that work is, what's of a greater concern to us, quite honestly, is the enumeration of the health concerns that we're faced across the district. The mental health concerns that we're facing across the district, as seen through attendance trends, referrals for special education, and all that ensues as a result of that. We are in many ways dealing with, as the schools are, but the town as a whole is dealing with a lot of people remaining in crisis. So the slide that's up right now, I want to point out the column into the second to the right, the column titled budget to budget. And in that, and we'll get into the detail of this briefly in the next few slides, but you can see right away where the accounts are that are driving the increase in this requested budget. Instructional services, which much of that is driven by special ed increase. Contracted services, we're seeing increases as everyone is in supply chain issues and inflation. And again, tuition, which is related to the special ed issues that we're facing. And then the capital improvement, which is largely driven by technology requests. Mr. Boris? All right, so this slide breaks this out in further detail. You can see here that we've, Mr. Boris says, I want to point out excuse me one second, the organization of the slides. On the left is a recap of what you're seeing on the right. So you'll see that, again, a large majority of the budget increase is driven by staff salaries, as is typical. 2.72% of our budget is driven by staff salaries, benefits, operations, and maintenance, and transportation increases, utilities as well. And then 2.26% of the increase request is driven by changes and requests driven by changes in special education. The equipment capital comes next at about 0.25%. And then all the other accounts that add up to the budget increase are, 0.19% of the 5.42% increase. And I want you, if you can, to keep that figure in your mind, that 0.19%, because as we talk about later, and no doubt will come up in questions, as we're looking at a reduction in our budget, those are the areas that we are really at a relatively thin level at already. And so a lot of as we thought about where we were going to have to make adjustments, and we continue to think about, we're going to have to make adjustments in the budget, it to some degree limits the options we have. Next slide is, again, further information on the major budget drivers. And we can get back into that if we want, but I'm going to move forward in the interest of time. This next slide is an overview of just salary, benefits, and operations with a breakout. And these numbers relate back to the slide you saw 2 slides before. So again, this driving 2.72% of the increase, or roughly half. I want to point out on the next slide, the budget to budget staffing, and I apologize for the small font, but essentially what happened, if you look to the left, the enrollment changes at the beginning of the year, we saw an increase in enrollment largely driven at the elementary level. And what we think happened is that, or what we believe happened, is that parents had kept their children of kindergarten age out of school last year, due largely to the pandemic, and then enrolled them this year. So we saw an unexpected increase in enrollment because of that. We also know that the town had somewhat of an influx of new residents, which resulted in that increase at the beginning of the year. We had to add 7.3 staffing as a result of that increase. But we have in this budget worked to reduce overall increases, any FTE increase. But as you can see, essentially, because we added staff after the budget was adopted in September of last year, August and September of last year, we do have a net increase budget to budget of 5.5 FTEs. We do anticipate, and the enrollment, projected enrollment is in your, in the Board of Ed budget book. Next slide, please. The pupil personnel services, again, this is a large major driver of the expected increase, the requested increase in the Board of Ed budget. Pupil personnel services, special education transportation, and special education tuition. We can provide much more detail about that tonight if you are interested. Mr. Mancusi is with us and can go into the reasoning behind what we suspect is happening behind the issues that are driving that increase request. Next slide, this is historical trend on what we're seeing in special education over the years. This follows the fiscal years for the past 5 years. You can see as a breakout, one of the things that is driving this change is not only the increase in this numbers of students who are requesting services, but a budget adjustment we are making because we have been over budget for the past 5 years, and the pandemic has only accelerated that. So we are looking to make that correction in the 22-23 proposal. Okay. This is spending, and again, you can see that change. Budget transfers are highlighted in blue where we had to make adjustments over time. The 1920 year stands out as the exception because of, as we all remember, that was the year that we, in March, we had to shut down. And so the services were essentially, well, we continued to serve students who were out of school. As a result of the pandemic over the next few years, we've seen that increased request having impacts on the 2021 and the current 21-22 budget. With in the 22-23 budget, our efforts to provide better trend forecasting and make that change in the budget request. Enrollment and staffing trends on the next slide. Regular education is in blue. One of the concerns we've heard is that as enrollment is declining across the district, which is indicated on the height of the bars, we're still seeing an increase in staffing. And what we hope that this slide is showing is that the reason for that change is not because of changes in regular education students, but it's a result of the changes that are happening in special education and the needs of those students that are in special education. The next slide shows you statewide trending, which mirrors what we're seeing in Fairfield, both an increase in special education while enrollment as itself is decreasing. Our prevalence rate on the next slide shows this increase as well, and what's happening over the past 7 years as we look at the identification of students against the general population. This is, again, something that we're seeing across the state. We talk about this each year. I think it's really important to remember this, that it's not just the number of students that require special education services, it's the disabilities for which those students qualify for special education services. So a student who requires essentially a resource room type of support, half an hour, 45 minutes of support a day, those numbers have remained relatively stable over the years. Although, and that's the, excuse me, I'll take a step. That's the bottom of the bar charts. It's in blue. But as you can see in the last year, that number has actually increased after remaining stable for quite some time. But those students from a cost basis are not the economic driver of this increases. It's really those students, the students identified for dyslexia, the students identified for emotional disturbance, students with developmental delays. Those are the types of students that we've seen an increase over the number of years, as you can see on the chart. Those are the students that require quite a number of extensive services and supports in order to help to fully support their education. And as I stated at the beginning of this presentation, we believe that we are we are in the midst of a mental health rise in mental health concerns across the district, beginning in the earliest grades all the way up through high school. One of our efforts, next slide, Courtney, please. One of our efforts to forestall this, and there's a lot of conversations I know with the term structural change. One of the things that we're working to do that is to both be more proactive, or to be more proactive in addressing issues like dyslexia. So in this current year, the Board of Education and the RTM supported the adoption of an early literacy academy at McKinley Elementary School. This is designed to keep students who are struggling to learn how to read within the district, to reduce costs against outplacement and transportation, and to provide them in a Fairfield Public Schools education and keep them in our schools. This year, we're servicing 7 students with 1 teacher and 2 paraprofessionals. That system was essentially cost neutral. Next year, because due to the success of that program, we want to double the size of that program next year with another teacher and another couple of paraprofessionals. a typical dyslexic student who requires outplacement, the cost on that is a yearly around $50,000. We are looking to, again, not only reduce the cost of that, but believe we can provide the better education in-house. So this is the types of things that we're doing to be more proactive and reduce costs across the district. I should add, and what's not in this slide, is that in addition to this work to help these specific students, we're using grant funding to support all of our K-1 and eventually grade 2 and 3 teachers, as well as our interventionists and elementary principals in training to support better literacy, phonemic instruction, phonemic awareness and phonics instruction at the elementary level, so that we're addressing all student learning needs much earlier and in a much better fashion. The key to a successful school experience for all students is literacy skills, and those have to really be given in the earliest years possible for them to be successful. So there's a district investment in the training that's going to support all of our classroom teachers in that. Go ahead, thank you. This is instructional materials and IT equipment replacement. Again, the IT equipment replacement, we're aging out of materials, IT equipment, and this is a quarter of 1% of it due to the responsible for the increase in the budget request. Other changes, and again, this is the 0.19 that I spoke about earlier. This is the instructional supplies, the books, pencils, all those other things that piano tuning, all those things that fill our classrooms, and the other things that go with that. And I just want to make a plug and pitch for the work that we're doing for the next 5-year district improvement plan. We did look at our budget initiative. This work began actually back in the fall to align our budgeting to the major goals of the district improvement plan. Those 4 goals are listed here across the top, and you can see from some of the things that we talked about this evening, as well as anything else we'd be happy to talk about, how they link to those goals, with most of those being prevalent across all 4 goal areas. Budget enhancements, very quickly, the Early Literacy Academy, which I already spoke about. We're looking to improve instruction at the middle school with the middle school block and the world language teacher. We have a need based on a change in the state graduation requirements for high school students. All students have to graduate with a world language course in order to better meet the needs of all of our students, some of whom cannot access essentially the adopted languages of the Fairfield Public Schools curriculum. We are instituting an American Sign Language course, which has already become a hit among those enrolling now for courses in 22-23. Overall, the budget calls for a decrease of 1.3 FTE and affords investments in the DEI administrator. So we've put that initially in the grant. We're putting a third of that salary of the DEI administrator now into the general funds. We're adding a cybersecurity analyst to our IT department, and again, expanding the Early Literacy Academy. And then I won't go through the next slide, but there's a further listing of these with a little bit more detail on the budget enhancements on the next couple slides. I do want to point out the middle, Courtney, if you go back one, please. The middle school block, yeah, at that top row, one of the things that's been, I think, a bit of confusion for folks is we have talked about the need for additional resource teachers at the middle level. This is for 2 math resource teachers and 2 language arts specialists. Those needs existed and exist without a middle school block schedule. We have seen, as a result, again, of the pandemic, largely an increase in the needs of supporting middle school students who are behind in their learning. So the middle school request of the 4.0 FTE is to support those students. It's also offset by the fact that we are able to reduce half a team at Fairfield Woods and half a team at Roger Ludlow. So essentially 1.1 4.0 FTE as a result of a full team reduction between those two schools. So that's an offset. And then at the top line, it's essentially we identified as we built the schedule for the new rotation, the middle school block, that a potential need for 0.6 FTE in world language, PE, and or music. It's 0.6 across those three areas. And until we have the students in place, we're not sure exactly which of those three areas will be impacted, but it won't be more than a 0.6 total increase in any of those areas. And last slide, or next second to last slide. Just again, going forward, we've had multiple conversations in my years before you about the need for this structural change. Excuse me. We are working to address that. I think there's a concern that the Fairfield Public Schools and I'll only speak for the Fairfield Public Schools. That the Fairfield Public Schools is unmindful of our role in the town. I think that's I think that's absolutely inaccurate. This was a budget that was hard to bring forward because we know how people would feel about it. But again, going back to our mission and the fulfillment of our role, we feel that the budget before you is what is needed to support the community of our students right now and where they are. So there is one last slide I won't go into, but it was a request from the Board of Selectmen around some further information about special education. And that's the last slide. It's an appendix slide. So with that said, we are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Cummings. I see one question to start off from Representative Cinto. You're muted.
Sorry. Kelly Cinto, District 9. I just had a question about the Dyslexia Academy. To me, would it be better? I was just curious, how many kids do you think have dyslexia in the elementary level? And is it better to hire teachers that are a certain level of OG trained as opposed to just helping 7 kids out of the entire district go to this academy?
Thank you. I'm going to have Mr. Mancusi answer that question. I want to clarify, though, before he does, that we have staff who are trained in both Wilson and OG, currently involved in this work. But I'll let Mr. Mancusi take it from there. Mr. Mancusi?
Thanks, Mike. Hi, everybody. My name is Rob Mancusi. I'm the Executive Director of Special Education for the Fairfield Public Schools. So the Early Literacy Academy at McKinley School, as Mr. Cummings said, right now consists of 7 students who are identified with dyslexia. Currently, we have 97 students in the district who are identified with dyslexia. We have paired up with Margie Gillis and Literacy How on the development of this program at McKinley School. We do have a literacy coach from Literacy How who comes once a week, works with our staff, works with students in the special ed setting as well as within the general ed setting. And then Margie Gillis herself and her colleague, Kim North, will come monthly and do 6-hour trainings on the different modules that Literacy How trains teachers in structured literacy. I would put Margie Gillis's knowledge and expertise in the area of dyslexia against anybody who I've ever met in the field. We have 5 out of the 7 students. 5 of our elementary schools are represented in the program. It was a parent choice because most of the kids had to leave their home school to come to McKinley School.
Well, I'm actually just wondering if it's money better spent instead of just choosing 7 kids to hire kids at more of the elementary schools to have that certain level of training for kids with dyslexia.
We currently have approximately 90 of our special ed teachers are level 1 certified Wilson trainers. We did a 3-year cohort that we completed a couple years ago. We have sent staff also for OG training, and we continue to send staff for literacy training in specific areas based on the students that we know that they're going to be serving.
Great.
We've been specifically challenged in the area of dyslexia, which is why we have developed this
Well,
program.
I have 2 kids with dyslexia in the district, and I know at their school, their special ed teachers are not trained, and they get pulled out at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half a day, and it's a waste of time. I mean, like, I'm appreciative, obviously, because they get pulled out, they get extra help, but all I'm trying to say is, I just wonder if maybe some money would be better spent for some teachers too. But it leads me into the next question. So a line item breakout for the special ed, you put one in, you know, during the budget process. The Board of Finance asked for the legal breakout, attorney cost versus settlement cost. Can we get a copy of that for their analysis?
Yes, you can. We did provide that. I don't have that like within reach right now, but you can have that. We will get that to you tomorrow.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cinto. Representative Ruggiero.
Hi, Amy Ruggiero, District 1. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings, I wanted to just ask a couple of questions about the budget and the process here. So this is the highest dollar increase that you're looking for since 2002. That's as far as the budget book goes back, and it's the largest percentage increase since 2008. I'd like to understand the process that you go through to develop this budget. What and who are the decision makers? How long does the process take, and how do you derive estimates?
The budget process for us begins right after the start of the school year. It begins at the building levels. The building principals are putting together building-based budgets. The curriculum liaisons, program directors, those folks responsible for departments, develop department-based budgets as well. We essentially start to compile all that information in late October. The executive directors begin to meet at that exact time. And then we spend about 6 weeks with the budget, the initial request, and then beginning to pare it down. Essentially, the executive directors, myself and the executive directors, are doing that. We often will go back out to those who are making requests to find out more information about what those requests are. We look for redundancies in the budget. We make decisions about staffing, any other type of request. I mean, essentially, the entire budget is under review. We look at we look at requests against experience, so we're from the very beginning, we're mowing down the budget as much as possible. I know that this year, Mr. Mancusi and Ms. Laborious spent time to answer your question about trends, spent some time particularly on the special education trends to understand why we had been under budgeting for the past couple of years with that. And they could, I would ask Ms. Laborious to go into that in further detail. But essentially, we spend from early November to really the week before the Christmas break, finalizing the budget so that over Christmas break, and quite honestly after, we get the budget finalized, printed, and ready for the Board of Education to look at in that second week of January. So Ms. Laborious, can you talk about the trend forecasting you did?
Sure, yeah. So Mr. Mancusi and I looked at the historical spending in all the special education categories, as well as the drivers. So, for example, one of the biggest categories of spending is on our tuition for outplaced and settlements. And so we looked at the trends with the numbers at the start of year and the end of year. So looking at the ins and outs, the commitments we had in terms of contracts, and then, you know, projecting out for next year based on those trends that have been happening in the past few years. I think we needed to catch up for some assumptions during COVID that we hadn't anticipated as a result of the COVID timeframe. And so that was part of the process. And then we brought that back to the executive director team after, and Mr. Mancusi also meets with and met with his coordinator team 4 or 5 times to refine those estimates. We update those estimates as we go through after our budget is submitted, even up to present date. So, you know, if things are changing throughout the spring. In addition, all of the departments do submit line item budget detail through the Munis system officially. So as Mr. Cummings mentioned, in general, each responsibility area that we review in the budget, the individual team leader has a responsibility to develop the budget with the staff that's doing the submissions. And we as an executive team go through line by line by line together through a series of meetings that, as Mr. Cummings suggested, last for a few weeks. My team specifically looks over, you know, the insurance, the personnel requests with the Director of Human Resources, and Mr. Papa George, who is on here as well, looks very specifically with his team on the needs maintenance and facility needs as well. The curricular areas submit their curricular requests, but we do look at the spending trends over the last 5 years, as well as any new initiatives that align, as Mr. Cummings mentioned, with the district improvement plan. The specific drivers this year, as we mentioned in the presentation, were related to mainly to special education, to adequately and accurately fund special education, as well as you know, supply chain issues that were addressed in the maintenance budget. We were able to modify and reduce in a lot of areas to afford any of those increases, but those are the drivers, and that's how we managed it through the process, as well as meeting with the Board of Ed early on and throughout the process.
I'd like to piggyback on what Ms. Labarre just said. We started, in terms of the board review of the budget earlier this year. In terms of the program initiatives, we got presentations throughout the fall. So by the time the budget came to the full board, you know, we knew that we were going to receive funding for the middle school block schedule. We knew there was going to be funding for the cyber technology addition that came out of the security audit that the board had, you know, pushed for and town bodies had funded the prior year, which made when our review of the budget, you know, a little bit smoother. That the initiatives that were in this budget had already been, you know, in some cases pushed forward by the Board of Ed, but supported before the budget came to us. We knew what was going to be in there. The Early Literacy Academy actually came from the board. You know, it was a priority for us piloting this year and important for us to move it forward for next year, which I think eased it along that there really weren't any surprises in terms of the initiatives move forward. Thank you.
I can totally appreciate the need, you know, and the spend with, you know, particularly the special education and the ramifications of COVID. And I understand that. It's just, I'm just trying to get my hands around, you know, it keeps going up, and we're getting lots of questions from seniors and other taxpayers. When do we look at the budget? And I mean, it's not substantial, you can't substantiate raising the budget this much every single year. When do we take a look from the ground up? And last year I asked about doing an audit. When do we look at the budget and say, all right, we have to find efficiencies or offsets to lower the budget and help the taxpayers and not continue to pass the burden, but also not hurt the students? There has to be something, whether it's closes school, which I love Dwight, but you know, I know that that's been discussed for a very long time. I don't want to see the school closed, but there has to be something that that we have to do to reduce this. It can't be this much of an ask every year. So I guess I'm trying to understand the process, and this is helpful, but I'll probably have more questions later. I don't want to take up any more time.
Thank you, Representative Ruggiero. Representative Astorita.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ken Astorita, District 10. I guess my question is for Superintendent Cummings, and Superintendent, I'm new to the RTM. This is my first time going through this process, so I'm seeing these types of budgets for the first time. And I'm looking at it and I'm seeing that in the Fairfield schools, you've basically had a 10% a 10% decrease in enrollment over the last 10 years, while simultaneously there's basically been a 50% increase in the budget. And I guess I'm kind of piggybacking on the comments that Representative Ruggiero just made. When I look at that, it just seems kind of out of whack. So I guess my question is, once your budget is set, what is your process for tracking each department as you are moving through the fiscal year to see if its performance is tracking against your budgeted targets?
We have a process. Well, there's a couple things that we do. I mean, the executive directors and myself meet twice a week, and one of our standing agenda items is to review budget concerns. So we're continually having that conversation about areas that either are overspending or not spending, not keeping pace with their spending. One of the things that we are concerned about is when, and we watch and we have further budget changes when a school or department asks for something and then doesn't spend it. That's not acceptable. If you need something, you need to get it. So there's a result that either will take that money away, quite honestly, in ensuing years. But the biggest thing that we're concerned about almost on a weekly basis is trends in special education, trends in utilities, trends in maintenance costs, those types of things that are major budget items and we have to follow. We report that out through the board's finance committee that we meets monthly, Ms. Laborious, and then if there's an immediate issue, we'll present it at any of the scheduled board meetings. But Ms. Laborious also presents a quarterly update to the board as well as to the Board of Finance on our budget spendings. If we're seeing, as we did this year, that we were concerned about a deficit, we'll, as we did this year, we put a freeze on some of our capital spending and other areas in order to bring the budget back into line. So this is just it's a constant process and a piece of communication with the Board of Education and the Board of Finance throughout the year.
Thanks. And just one other question. So it appears to me that last year the schools received between 4 and 5 million in COVID aid. Has all that money been spent?
No, it hasn't all been spent. The ARP ESSER grant, the ESSER, and I apologize if I'm going to get the timeline wrong. The timeline's wrong, and I'm sure Ms. Laborious will correct me. The ESSER 2 grant, which was the second of the 3 COVID essentially relief packages, has another fiscal year to run, and the ARP ESSER has 2 more fiscal years to run. So we have budgeted within those both those grants things like the DEI administrator. We have budgeted for professional learning for the staff. The professional learning I mentioned earlier this evening around the literacy training for our elementary teachers and principals, that's in that funding. So that all those funds have not yet been expended, but they've all been budgeted. Our summer boost program for elementary students to correct learning issues is in those grants, as well as the after-school tutoring sessions that we're providing this year and in the next couple of years for both middle and high school students. Those are all funded within those grants.
So some of those.
I'm sorry. One of the things that we do when we provide the quarterly on our general funds budget is we also provide in that quarterly, we provide an update on those grant funds as well.
So it's fair to assume that some of those costs are going to be recurring going forward, even beyond the life of the grant itself?
They well could be. I thank you for that question. One of the things that we've said to the principals, we prior to the the release of these COVID funds, we were paying for the elementary summer program essentially out of the general funds budget. Right now, that has been taken over by the COVID funding. The middle school, high school program is new to us, and one of the things that we've assigned to the buildings as a task is to do data analysis, because we want to see we want to see this in all of our programs, but we want to see the effectiveness of this program. The bet I have is that we're untapping a wealth of need for kids around these issues. But we want to be able to show to the Board of Education and town boards that if the funding runs out, but this is fulfilling a need, that this may become a general funds budget. And when it does, we should be looking for some offsets in the general funds budget, if that's the case. So this is something we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, so to follow on that, so of the money you've spent on COVID, what percentage of it was fixed costs or one-time costs?
We'd have to get that for you. I know that we did, we certainly paid for COVID supplies out of those funds.
Right.
We'd have to get that for you, sir.
Could you, actually, that would be great. Could you supply some sort of a breakdown that tracks how you're spending the COVID relief money?
Yeah, we can give you an update that the updates that we've provided the board. Absolutely.
Yeah, Mr. Cummings, we did provide that in the past, and it was built with in mind that it's not intended to supplant the existing budget, and it's not intended to create a cliff. So when
Yeah.
they developed the ESSER 2 and the ARP ESSER funding, it's intended to be interventions that will have long-lasting impact, but
Right.
will not create a cliff in the budget on the operations side.
Well, I guess because the reason I'm asking the question, and again, I apologize, I'm new to looking at this kind of stuff, but I would have expected to see at least some sort of a decrease in the budget somewhere because of the offset that you would have had in the previous year from your COVID expenses, and I couldn't find where that was.
We can point that out to you because we have from the general funds budget, we've greatly reduced expectations for any COVID supplies or any of that type of material.
Okay, thanks. And lastly, is there a way to get a report to see how Fairfield students perform compared to their peer groups in Fairfield County and throughout the rest of the state? Because I don't think I saw that anywhere.
We have supplied that information, the data reports, to the Board of Education and to the Board of Finance. We can send that along with you to you as well.
Great, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Astorita. Representative Peter Tallman.
Thanks, Mark. This is for Angelus. Hi, Angelus. How are you?
Hello, sir.
Well, we might as well get this out of the way. Any updates on the scoreboard? There's been a lot of discussion on it around town. A lot of misinformation, a lot of confusion. Any updates for us? Any firm numbers?
As far as, I'm sorry.
Well, I was told it's like $140,000 scoreboard, which is probably double what a normal scoreboard would cost. But with advertising and stuff, we could maybe pick up that 70 grand, so it'd be a wash.
So we put into the budget $140,000 for the scoreboard at Ludlow High School, which is when we put that number in, we were looking at multiple options there. There is the option of a fully digital scoreboard, and then there's also an option of a less complex scoreboard. When we were asked to provide a number, we came up with the 140,000 because we knew that that number would be a comfortable number to replace the scoreboard, whether we go with a more expensive option with other abilities to create revenue, or if we go with the least expensive option to just replace kind of with an in-kind scoreboard or something in between the road. So that's where we came up with the 140,000. It was the number that we were comfortable with doing what we needed to do to replace the scoreboard at Ludlow High School. To a multi-game scoreboard. As I'm sure you're aware, and I don't know if everyone else is, the current scoreboard isn't fully multi-function, so it's not a full ability to handle all the sports that can be played on that field.
Okay, if we go for the lesser scoreboard, would the money, the leftover money, I guess, would that go into the Ludlow Athletic Department, which we know is lagging immensely and can do some for improvements? Or is that just going to go back into the budget?
I would have to defer to Ms. Laborious as to where if there was money available at the end of the project, where it would land.
Okay.
And
last question.
Answer.
Board of Ed, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Board of Education decision.
Okay. There was money put in for some improvements at Ludlow, I think last year, and then that was removed. Has that
believe-
been spent, or where'd that go?
I believe, if I'm correct, you're referring to the build out of the second floor concession stand that we chose
yeah.
last year. We chose not last year not to do, and we also chose again this year not to do that, mainly because of material costs. The cost of the project almost doubled due to materials and ability to get people that can do the work to actually perform the job of doing the build out. It hasn't fallen off the radar, but we just felt fiscally responsible. We just couldn't move forward with it at this time.
Okay,
that
do
money
you foresee any other improvements coming up? I don't see a whole lot in the so-called waterfall, I guess. It was like $40,000, I think, between the two high schools, which in the $200 million budget, it doesn't seem like a whole lot of money.
There were some improvements done. There's been some improvements done this year, minor ones. We always look at, I mean, for instance, the minor ones, we did do the, I say batting cage, but it's not a batting cage. It's a dugout. I'm sorry. The dugout at the baseball and softball fields, we turned them into roof units so that we have protection from sun and flying balls at the two baseball and softball fields. We continue to look at the fields. We continue to look at everything. We did just sign a contract with a new contract with an existing grounds crew to hopefully make improvements. And that contract was more inclusive this time, so that there's more included with maintaining and updating and keeping the fields and the buildings looking much better.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Representative Tallman. Representative Georgiadis.
Hi, Drew Georgiadis, District 9. This question is for Superintendent Cummings. My question is back to the special ed. I know our district pays around $19,000 per student, and I have been watching the enrollment decrease, but obviously a special ed student will cost more than that, anywhere up to outplacement about $60,000, right, if they're outplaced. Can we discuss the cost of dyslexia? I do believe, when did dyslexia become statewide recognized as a learning disability? And how do you deal with the budget? I noticed on your bar graphs that it appeared, right, because it was finally recognized, as it should have been, by the state as a disability. How do you anticipate that and work that into your budget? It must be really difficult. Is that one reason that the number, that the red in that bar chart, has been increasing substantially year over year?
The number, as you'll
Well,
see.
hold on, Rob. Yeah, I think that,
Is it 5 years ago it was recognized?
I believe it was 5, but Mr. Mancusi would be able to answer that. I just want to to begin to answer your question, and then I'll turn it over to Rob. I think that the question we have, and the question we have to address as a school system, is this was a school system that did not invest itself in systemic teaching of phonics instruction, and it hadn't done it for quite some time. And that, I think, is one of the issues that we're now paying for, right? So the effort now, it's this year, but it actually had begun in the 2 years prior, is to do systemic instruction in phonics for all students, so that they have that core ability to decode words, and then begin, like with any other thing you teach, right? Identify those students who need additional support, additional hours in that, and give them that additional instruction, because for some students it's going to take longer. But that is something that we did not do a good job of for quite some time, and we're now catching up to. With that said, Mr. Mancusi, would you respond to that specific question of the timeline, and anything further you want to add on dyslexic instruction?
Yeah, I will say, meeting the needs of our students who have a primary disability category as dyslexic. It's one of our primary needs. I'm going strictly by memory. I will tell you, it's been longer than 5 years. I'm going back now at least 10 years. I don't know off the top of my head when, you know, it used to be specific learning disability. Now it's specific learning disability dyslexia. So a student who is dyslexic is also a student with a specific learning disability with dyslexia. We do have, so you'll see the increase in numbers because that initial number I think is 6 on that slide, and now it's up to 87 or 97. That's because we've been identifying more students because now we're required by law to do that.
Well, that's my friend went to the state. She worked on having dyslexia be identified as a learning disability,
Yeah.
and I know it's more recent than 10 years. So that puts a huge financial burden on a school system.
Well, what it does is when it was rolled out to us, we had to, train staff to be able to instruct students with dyslexia appropriately, to provide a structured literacy type of program. And we had to, that's why we did the 3-year cohort. So we would have staff trained in Wilson, Orton Gillingham, Lindamood Bell. There's a series of instructional programs that we use depending on what the student's individual needs are. With the use of universal screening that came into effect several years ago, we're able to monitor student progress. We're able to provide interventions, progress monitor the effectiveness of the intervention, and determine when students were not making adequate progress in a reading intervention that required then you to go to PPT, do a comprehensive evaluation, and then to determine special education eligibility. And then if the kid did qualify, you had to provide an individualized education plan. Because our geographical location here in Fairfield, we are surrounded by many private schools, both special education State Department approved and unimproved programs. Where students are either placed unilaterally by parents or they're placed through the planning and placement team process. A program for a student with dyslexia costs right now in the range of $63,000. That doesn't include transportation to and from, the school. So that's why, and we've spent over the past couple of years about $1.8 million just on, students who do not attend our public schools. They attend
So
a
this is
private
part of
school.
the discrepancy where you have the lower enrollment, but the higher cost.
Correct. Absolutely. That's correct. The severity and the cost of special education services has increased. So we might have overall a reduction in our overall, student enrollment, but we have an increased need in special education enrollment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Georgiadis. Representative Gale is next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hannah Gale, District 6, through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings, I guess. So I'm listening to all of this explanation in regard to the, why the trend has gone downward for enrollment and up for costs. And I am a former teacher myself, so I do understand. But I'm also a holistic physician at this point, and what I sort of see happening in general is, the more you address the part and not the whole, the more you're going to find specialized dysfunctions. And, there is something to be said for, as Mr. Cummings mentioned, the original approach of phonics is certainly you know, often a lot better for special needs kids. But there's also just going back to some of the you know, more creative ways of introducing reading and being not quite as you know, just trying to find, you know, seeking to find these issues in these children so early. Some of them may resolve on their own if the more they're focused on and put a label on, the more dysfunction sort of follows upon dysfunction, and the whole trend is really concerning. But the thing that's really standing out to me is that, you know, these increased costs put more burden on the families in Fairfield, on the parents of these very kids. And, you know, so we wind up having the stress load in general going up. And that stress load, you know, what is the, you know, we have to really trying to understand what is the original cause of all of these dysfunctions, and it's all of these issues that are building up in society, one of which is stress. So these just blooming budgets are increasing that stress load, and really, you know, on some level eventually part of the problem. But what I really want to draw attention to is, with these burgeoning costs, you know, it seems like you really need to look at ways to reduce things. And I'm looking at the executive summary on page 56, and there's this line item here under the communications director's office. And there is this, you know, quite a disparity between the budgeted amount and the actual amount. And I'm wondering, you know, I mean, I can imagine there were more communications needs in this past year, but why does so much of it have to be in this particular director's position? Can't it be done by someone who is not being paid at that level of a salary?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
You're right. The issue was last year, and somewhat to this year, is the needs of the COVID, of essentially responding to COVID. So I appreciate you asking the question. The level of involvement of communications last year, it was daily at the very least. We also had with it the development and the continuing redevelopment of the school entry plans, the scheduling, the communications that had to go out. As you no doubt recall, we went through different scheduling iterations last year that required a lot of work from one person to essentially produce the documents that had to go out to folks. We also had a lot of communication from the state that had to be broken down and disseminated out to our families. It was an inordinate heavy year. The goal this year, the work this year has been to reduce that back to the part-time position that it is. And fortunately, the health trends have helped us in that way. The communication director right now is largely responsible for the daily communications, the monitoring of the COVID dashboard, working daily with the Jill Mitchell, our director of nursing for the town, to make sure that that's up to date. And then now is doing work on the next iteration of the district improvement plan. So that's a lot. And I should also add the surveys that we did last year and this year. So you're right that there was a lot of work this year, given the burden of work that everybody else was involved with last year in response to the pandemic. And to be clear, I fault myself for this, because I often say that, you know, people were involved with responding to the pandemic. Well, they were, but they were also running a school system at the same time, or running a school, or running a classroom. So it was, for a lot of people, you know, a job and a half, 2 jobs at times. Again, with this year, the expectation would be that the position would go back to the original intent of the position. And that is, the original intent of this position when we created it, when I became superintendent pre-pandemic, was a position that was going to improve communications with the families and schools within the Fairfield Public Schools. As a large operation, 1,500 employees, 18 sites, 19 sites really, when you include central office. Communication is the root cause of the issues that break us down. I think communication is a root cause of some of the inefficiencies that we find. And communication is an issue that will create a lot of unnecessary stress among staff and among families, and we have to get better at it. And it is not something that any of the administrators or the teachers have really truly trained for. We need work to do it both internally and externally. So the original intent of that position is to make Fairfield Public Schools a more efficient and effective school organization. And our hope is that in the future, that position can go back to doing that work that it was originally designed to do at the budgeted amount it was designed to do.
Mr. Cummings, I want to follow up on that just from the board's perspective. And for the RTM, those of you who've been around for a while, the Prismatic audit actually suggested adding a communications officer. And back in 2015, 2016, Prismatic estimated the salary for that position was $155,730 for a communications officer back in 2015, 2016. I think, I'm not going to reiterate what Mr. Cummings said, but in addition to that, the board was really hoping that this position would help us develop a communications plan, develop a plan for crisis communication, and we had multiple crises over the last 2 years. I'm not going to recount them all, but you all know that they were there, and just building up the relationship with other town bodies, with parents, with the different school administrators. It's a priority. It's a priority, and the board unanimously approved adding this position. We didn't foresee, that the brunt of the work would be monitoring a pandemic, but we were committed to it. Mr. Cummings asked for it to go to full-time. I think it was last year. The board decided to keep it at a part-time position, concerned about the overall, budget increase and the tenure of the town, but it adds value, and I think it will end up paying for itself.
Are there metrics to stop the COVID outreach though?
Representative Cinto, you're out of order.
And I just want to add, and sometimes in terms of the guidance that we got from the state, it was very often over a holiday weekend at night. So just to really want to reiterate to this town body, who maybe is not in the trenches, and Board of Ed, you kind of know, you're getting the texts and the messages at night over the weekend, that our teachers or administrators really were working 24/7 for our schools. And I think that you need to know, that, need to know that. And as chair of the Board of Ed, I want to once again recognize that work that they've been doing for the last 2 years. And
Thank you so much, Ms. Vitale, for your answer. And Mr. Cummings, through you, Mr. Moderator, I just want to clear up one point. Was there communication about overspending the overtime here? Was there a certain level of where it hit a certain number where there was a process of making sure that there was communication that this extra money was being spent?
There wasn't. They initially cleared the idea of that we would have to pay the communication director overtime, but I did not keep the board leadership or the board involved, apprised of the running amount.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Gale. Okay, there's like 12 or 13 people in line. It's 10:35. I would appreciate it. I prefer not to suspend the rules, but if we have to, we will. If a question has already been asked, please don't repeat it. So we'll carry on to Representative Longo.
Hi, Melissa Longo, District 1, through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings. It said in the Board of Ed Finance Subcommittee meeting that you can consolidate teams at the middle school, and that would be a savings of almost I think it was around $690,465. I'm wondering why this isn't happening since enrollment, as you said, is declining. So I wanted to see where we are on that.
We didn't initially propose that in the budget because we are concerned about the change in the middle school schedule and it's going to impact on students. We are going to do it in grade 6 because we can see the enrollment decline happening there. But I think that one of the concerns that we have with that is the core function of a middle school team is the ability of the 4 team members to be able to support students, right? And they have the same 4 teachers. It's essentially a closed environment within a larger school during those 4 core courses. What we're going to have to face as we address this reality is that that team that will be split across Roger Ludlow and Fairfield Woods, how we can get them together during the day across the new middle school block schedule, so that they can meet to do planning and they can meet to support students. So that's a challenge we face. To make the change in the other grade levels would only compound that challenge. And I just don't, I mean, if we were in a position that we had to do it, we would do it, but it's a position that I think I would much rather learn from that from one group at a time, because I think that the risk that we run would be being unsupportive of quite a large number of students.
Okay, so what you're saying essentially is that that's not going to be considered at this point going forward?
No, I think that, well, depending on where this budget winds up, it certainly has to be considered. But I think going forward, based on what we learned from grade 6, there's really no reason, and we've stated this to the staff, that if all things considered, if the ensuing year would be grade 7 or grade 8. I mean, this would extend now through the middle school grades as the students move up, and if you look at the enrollment trends over the next several years, it would extend for a few years after that. Our elementary enrollment is expected to increase over the next couple of years, so I don't know how long that's sustainable. Will it reach heights that we are essentially our current high school student numbers are at? But there's working out the mechanics of this. Once that's resolved, I think that our expectation would be that this change would occur at the other level, at the other grades.
Okay, just thinking, just kind of to show some kind of sympathy to the taxpayers here, and that kind of savings that could be returned to the town. I think a lot of people who aren't on this side would appreciate it. I also have a question. I'm not sure if this is, if you can answer this for me, or excuse me. When do children typically get diagnosed with dyslexia? I'm just unfamiliar with the timeline of how testing goes about, and I know that someone else had brought up earlier that it was relatively new within the last 5 to 10 years that we're obligated to bring this up. So seeing as we do have an increase of this of dyslexia in children, when does that usually, in what age range do we typically find that a child is dyslexic, so that we can begin to give them services?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Mr. Mancusi, could you respond to that, please?
Yeah, legislation for dyslexia went into effect in 2015. So I looked that up when when somebody was asking questions, or after that was asked that question. Generally speaking, students are identified with dyslexia. It really depends again on the student, but once a student displays some at-risk behaviors, and we go through the intervention process. If they're not responding adequately to the intervention and we're not closing that gap and we're starting to suspect the presence of a disability, we'll do a comprehensive evaluation to take a look at whether the student has dyslexia or not. I will say, we have a few students who are first graders. Most of them are second and third, though, that are initially diagnosed with dyslexia.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And I also have a couple of other questions kind of along those lines. I really feel like there is a huge elephant in the room that is not being discussed here as to why we're seeing a huge increase in special education, why we're having this, you're requesting this huge increase that the town is essentially hasn't seen in 20 years. And as someone that grew up here and who I've decided to plant roots in this town, and now I have the privilege of serving on the RTM, I am just a little troubled that no one is recognizing the fact that it's a pretty obvious reason why there's a huge uptick in special education as far as social and emotional learning, and it is all due to COVID restrictions. So I would just like for that to be acknowledged in some sense here, that this needs to be addressed at some point, that this is an unprecedented time 2 years ago for everyone. And I think that we owe it to our children. I think we owe it to the taxpayers of this town that the COVID money that was given to us should have been spent a little bit more responsibly as far as special education is concerned, as far as the social emotional learning of our children going through this time, as well as support to teachers and staff going through this as well, so that we could help them better accommodate themselves, their own personal needs, to help our children through this. We are such a tight-knit community, and our schools are supposed to be this safe place for our children. And now we have all of these upticks and uprises in depression, and this is why our children are not functioning the way that they should be, is because we have all of these COVID restrictions. So I would just like to see where the off-ramp is as to what are we projecting for further increases for these needs as a direct result of what happened, and how we decided, or how you decided, that we should go forward with how to handle the funds, and how to, where do we go from here, and when do we kind of taper off? I know we talked about, not having a cliff. And that's almost my fear a little bit, is that this is going to start a trend going forward, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings, can I respond?
No, Mr. Bicuzzi, I'll answer this. I'm not, I apologize if I don't answer your question. I'm just trying to, I think is the question really, where is the off-ramp for this?
There's several questions. I would like to know where as far as the grant money is concerned, like where was that? And you're asking for a significant amount. I would just like to know where exactly for special education, because we have this new, uptick in cases for dyslexia children as young as second and third grade. That is going to be, we're going to be supporting them through their entire school career, that young. Where was all of this kind of going? And yes, where I feel like we're playing a little bit of a dangerous game here by increasing. And so do we see that like leveling off at some point, or is this going to be something that we continue on with as the years progress, as due to the aftermath of COVID? I guess just trying to see where our kids can kind of get, where do we see the playing field leveling off a little bit?
I don't know if we can see where the playing field is going to level off. I think that, when you have these conversations with your staff about the mental health issues that our students are facing, and I want to be really clear, before there was a pandemic, there were mental health issues among our students in Fairfield to begin with. There are mental health issues. Mental health among children is a national crisis, and it existed before the pandemic. It certainly has been exacerbated by the pandemic. But I think it speaks quite honestly to a larger issues about how, and this is well beyond the scope of this conversation, but how the demands we place on kids beyond, in schools and beyond schools. So I think that, I don't have the ability, and I don't know if anybody has the ability to kind of predict where this is going. I think that The failure we'd have, though, is if we don't respond to what we're seeing, right? So you'll certainly see it in our budget over the last couple budgets. You're going to see it in our next district improvement plan. The ramping up of supports for students' social and emotional well-being, the social and emotional well-being of our staff as well, of our community as a whole. Those are what we have to continue to do. We have to be responsive to. If you take the approach I'm talking about with dyslexia, right, that we're going to work to address the needs of all students through all staff at the earliest grades in order to curtail the amount of students who require additional supports and services. It's the same approach with social emotional learning and mental health. How do we support all students to address their stress issues and those other things that are happening that are impacting their mental health? There's a lot of mental health crisis in the community that's impacting our students. We're dealing with a tremendous attendance issue right now. And as we talk about it with our administrators, a lot of that's I shouldn't say a lot of it, but a core issue that we cannot yet address is the mental health issues that are keeping children from school, but also the mental health issues that are impacting their parents, and their parents are not sending their kids to school. The schools don't. I don't think any school got enough money in their COVID funding to even begin to address the societal problem that's going to create, that has already been created. And I think we all should be very, very much concerned about this, because it's going to be a lasting impact. And as I said, I want to be really clear. This problem existed before the pandemic. And the pandemic, as I said, has made it worse, but it also brought it to the surface.
Thank you. Representative Durrell.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Alex Durrell, RTM 3. All right, thank you. And through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings. Can you explain how the administrative support staff works in central office?
Mr. Durrell, I don't know who you're defining under the administrative support staff.
I guess those secretarial or administrative staffing, including those part-time, I guess.
Well, that's a big question. There's I'm not sure. Could you refine that a little bit? I probably could do a better job answering it.
All right. How about we'll try to visualize it. Can you provide or state an organizational chart that demonstrates the staffing in central office, including secretarial or administrative staffing? Right down the part-time. I mean, we don't want names, but just job titles.
Yeah, I can try to do that. We have essentially, there's myself and then the 6 members of the executive director team who oversee the major departments in central office. For each of those departments, like I'll just take instruction, for example, we have 6 program directors who are responsible for the major areas of curriculum. At the secondary level, it's math. They take on other areas beyond their primary objective, which is their curricular areas, but it's math.
Point of order,
science.
is this a budget question, please? Please make it relevant, thank you.
Mr. Durrell, what is your question?
Mr. Moderator,
The budget? Yes.
maybe Mr. Cummings could just send the organizational chart as Mr. Durrell, as Representative Durrell. That would be great.
That's what he's looking for. That's fine. I'm not sure.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Good evening, Karen McCormick, District 2. I apologize a little here. I have a couple of dogs that are sitting on top of me. So I'm dog sitting for somebody and taking care of my own. But Mr. Cummings, through you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Cummings, I have some questions about the substantial size of the increase being requested this year. And I've done some deep dive on looking at comparable communities throughout Connecticut and comparable school systems that have similar enrollment figures. I think I heard you say that some of the drivers to the increase this year include special education considerations and, hold on a second, as well as some supply chain issues dealing with the cost of acquiring materials and items that you need to provide the education to our students, as well as trends in utilities, trends in labor costs. Basically, you kind of outlined the things that you see as the major source of the increase that you're asking for here. Did I hear that correctly when you went over all that?
Yes, that was an overview.
Okay. And I'm going to suggest just for a moment that I am assuming, and I want to make sure that I'm not making an assumption that I shouldn't be because I'm not an educator, that the students throughout, let's just say Connecticut in general, particularly even if we want to go so far as to say maybe Fairfield and New Haven counties, but Connecticut in general, the school systems are facing similar pressures on their budgets, right? They also have special education considerations in light of COVID and whatever, or the trauma that everybody's gone through with this. And they've also have supply chain issue expenses that they need to consider. They also have similar trends in utility costs that we have to consider. And I would assume that the trends in labor costs are kind of universal across the board throughout our region here in Connecticut. Would you agree with that?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. So I've had an opportunity actually to look at what other districts are doing this year. And I've also had an opportunity to look at what Fairfield has done over the course of the past 13 years. And just for, argument's sake, I've done a rundown of the average increase in Board of Education spending year over year for the past 13 years. And that number, if you take that number and average it over 13 years, we're looking at about a 2.9% increase year over year for the past 13 years. And you've come to the table this year. Actually, you came to the table looking for a lot more, but you've come to the table and you've actually got an approved budget through the Board of Finance of 5.42%, which is almost double what the average over the past 13 year over year increase has been. And that, to me, is an alarm bell. There's something not right here. But more importantly than looking at the year over year increases over a 13-year time frame is to take a look at all the other towns in our area and what they're doing. And I'm going to suggest to you that this information and data is publicly available, but we have I've looked at the following towns: Milford, Stamford, Norwalk, Fairfield, West Hartford, Greenwich, Stratford, Trumbull, Westport, Darien, Wilton, New Canaan, Monroe, and Weston. Of all of those towns that I've rattled off, the three that are most similar in terms of pupil size are West Hartford, Greenwich, and Fairfield. And the West Hartford percent increase this year that they have asked for or approved is 2.8%. And in Greenwich, it's 2.65%. Your increase to your Board of Education budget this year is 5.42%, which is, again, almost double what similarly situated towns in our community, local communities, have asked for. And I just can't seem to get my head around what makes Fairfield so different. If we have the same financial pressures and we have the same special education pressures because all the students in Connecticut have been similarly situated to the students in Fairfield, how is it that you can justify spending this kind of money to educate students that, quite frankly, other towns have figured out and cities have figured out ways to do it for literally half at the increase in the cost? That's my question for you this evening, sir.
Well, I can't answer it for those other towns, and I don't know what the historical trends have been in those towns. I think that it's an incomplete, I can't give you an answer to that because I don't have the information on what those other towns have experienced in the past, to use your reference language of the past 13 years. I don't know what that has been. I don't know how the buildings are structured. What's the size of their elementary schools? Do they have 600 student elementary schools, or do they have, like we do, some elementary schools that have only 300 students in them? those are all things that are those are just some of the things that are gonna impact a town's budget. How many kids are riding the buses? How many of the schools are walkable? What are the health insurance costs? As I said, a major driver in our budget this year is a correction to under budgeting the special education budget over the past few years. But again, I don't know what are the drivers in those budgets. I do know, for example, only because I had a short conversation with the superintendent in Greenwich, that we're very fortunate that we're in an existing transportation contract, but Greenwich is in the process of negotiating a new transportation contract, and shortage of drivers and fuel costs is going to drive that up for them. So I'm sorry, I can't give you a better answer than that, but I don't have the information to give you the better answer.
Would you agree with me that if we do have schools, let's say, that have 300 pupils and other schools that might have double that, that the point that was made earlier this evening, which is looking at serious structural change to figure out a way to educate the children of this town with a world-class education, while also recognizing that the sustained spending of the Board of Education, the town of Fairfield, cannot be borne by the taxpayers anymore? Would you agree that you need to look at, not you because you're leaving, of course, and best of luck to you, but whoever is taking over this role needs to look at what are we doing here that's causing these increases? It just seems to me to be completely outrageous and out of control. And while I agree that the students have gone through a lot in the town of Fairfield, I just can't get my head around the fact that this increase is leaps and bounds and head over heels above anybody else around us in the state of Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Just as a point of information, we can continue because we're on the same topic past 11, but if we're going to go past 11:30, we will need to suspend the rules at that time. Representative Spolier.
Hi, Representative Spolier, District 4. Mr. Moderator, to you through Mr. Cummings and possibly Mrs. Vitale at the Board of Ed. I really appreciated the pie chart you guys provided us at the beginning of this presentation, where you outlined that essentially only 0.19% of all of the increases are increases that you kind of have an impact or an ability to change. I know that we're really, strapped with obligations that we as an RTM have approved, our teachers' contracts, and I'm happy that we did that. Things we had to do, but I know as a Board of Education, there's not a lot of wiggle room in your budget. And while it looks like the Board of Finance restored $2.5 million back into your budget that was cut from the Board of Selectmen, it does look like you're still going to be down about $500,000 because of the insurance costs. Is that accurate?
That is correct. That's what our estimate is at this point, yes, based on our latest findings from what we understand health insurance will rise to.
So you will still, if we do not cut your budget any further, since we're not allowed to add to your budget, you still are going to have to find $500,000 of cut to the Board of Education budget.
That is our current understanding, yes.
And with that, we only have about 0.19% of that budget that really has any give to cut from.
That's correct.
And I know you probably can't speak for the rest of the Board of Education or what, considering they're a 9-member board, but I'd like to give some understanding to us what those cuts might entail.
We are looking, we're continuing to look at staffing, including, I know that one of the criticisms of my previous communication to everybody was that there was no central office staffing on that list. We are looking at all areas of staffing, including central office staffing. We are going to continue to explore the idea of potentially leasing technology equipment if we get, if there's support from the town bodies around that type of savings. that would at least give us this savings this year. We're going to look, we'll probably do another, not probably, we're going to do, and we've already started a review. I described earlier the process we do in November, December as we look at the line item. We're going to be going through that again to identify, where is there updates and trends in utility costs that we can make accommodations for, copying costs, all those types of things, in order to find that, potentially that money.
I appreciate that. Also, I'd just like to confirm, what is the amount of money that's being transferred to the Board of Education budget from the shared budget of the Board of Selectmen? The total amount? I couldn't find that number.
Yeah.
That included like the crossing guards and the interscholastic assurance and all of that.
I believe it was $320,000 off the top of my head.
Okay.
The crossing
that
guards,
was an
the
addition-
salting, the insurance got transferred.
Okay, the salting and all of that. Okay. And just a quick question regarding the crossing guards being removed from the police line item. Are they trained by the police, or who does the training of our crossing guards?
Mr. Papa George, could you speak to that?
So we're currently working on a scope for an RFP, so it would be a private company that would be taking this over, and the company would be responsible for doing the training.
So in the past, the police have been the ones to train them, so that hasn't been an extra budget consideration?
Correct.
Okay, but it's something we have to do to keep our kids safe, so I appreciate it. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Representative Spolio. Representative Pistilli?
Thank you. I'm gonna pass. My questions were on mental health, and I think Mr. Cummings covered it earlier in the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Batiste?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank Batiste, District 10, through you to, I believe, Ms. Laborious. For the current fiscal year, are we reporting a surplus in the third quarter? And if so, how much?
We'll be reporting that out to the board in the May 10th, I believe, meeting. We did have a discussion. Is that right, Mr. Cummings? Yes, and we did have a discussion with the Board of Ed Finance Committee that if our trend continues with what we're seeing in the utilities for the current year, there could be a savings of up to about $400,000, I believe. But that's preliminary. It's not the official results. Those will be available once we complete our projections in the early May. This year was a year unlike any other, once again, in that there are some staffing savings as well as associated insurance savings because our attrition and our ability to hire and backfill the positions that we need to function is not where it has been in prior years. And we are planning to return to that ability to staff as we had in the past next year. So that's part of what's driving the savings for this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Batiste. Representative Story Tolman?
Thank you. Story Tolman, District 10. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings. I understand that you're exploring the policy of letting out-of-town staff enroll their students in Fairfield schools. If you set the tuition at rates comparable to private and parochial schools, that would be in the range of around $10,000 to $25,000. What number were you thinking of charging for the tuition? And also, how many students do you think that would bring in?
We're not looking at a rate that would be that high. When we're doing a comparison with other districts that offer this, and again, this is just something that the policy committee is looking at. Area towns charge a rate roughly 30 to 50% of the per pupil rate. So we're looking at a rate somewhere in that range if we were to do this. I don't think right now that I'm aware of about 4 or 5 staff members who would be interested in this. the districts that do it use it for primary two reasons. One, it is a source of additional revenue. Secondly, it's a incentive for those people looking for work and keeping people employed in the Fairfield Public Schools. It is a concern of us going forward, given the predictions that's going to happen with a teacher shortage in the coming years. That's just something that I think every school system needs to be aware of and to think about how they're going to respond to that. But again, this right now has been a committee discussion and no further than that. And they've been discussing it for about 6 months. So I'm not going to make a guess as when this will finally cross the finish line, if indeed does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tallman. Representative Zesman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Esma, District 4, through you to Mr. Cummings. Thank you, Mr. Cummings, for all that you and the district, everybody who works in the district, have done during the pandemic. It's been an extraordinarily difficult time. And we've heard a lot about mental health, and I think your budget reflects what addressing it looks like. Since I've been in elected office, I think it was 2013, this may be the first year I've seen the Board of Ed request intact. That request has been reduced every year. You received $1 million of ARPA funds versus $25 million for the town. There's quite a few disparities here, and the comparison to other districts, we have 17 schools. I don't know what other district has that many physical brick and mortar assets. We're talking about catching up on paving. What do we need to do to catch up on a school system that literally every year since I've been around has not been given the full amount that you've asked to run the schools? That's year over year over year. And we're not even talking about, extraordinary things. Now there's our first select woman sat on the Board of Ed, our minority leader sat on the Board of Ed. There's some institutional knowledge in this room right now. So I think we all know that you've had to make some tough decisions. And for me, as a taxpayer, reinstating this money is about $100 a year. I haven't invested $100 in anything this worthy in a very long time. So I'm just wondering if you, similar to the DPW, do you have some catch up that you want to particularly target? We do tend to talk more about what we're doing right now, but there's a cumulative effect to all this. And I don't know if you can articulate that, maybe an example, but I would be interested to hear that.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. And I would say to you that the most important thing a school system can do is to maintain its focus on the core work. And the core work is, as I mentioned earlier, is at the earliest grades, ensuring that every student, you will see in our next district improvement plan, a goal that every student who finishes grade 2 is going to read in grade 2, reading at grade 2, end of your grade level, that level, excuse me. I'm not putting the words together well. But that's what has to happen. And if you build into that, if you build that instruction in at that age, by that age, to make sure that happens, and then you follow it in every successive year with core classroom instruction that that supports teachers' identification of the individual learning needs of students, and when students fall behind, you intervene as closely to the core classroom environment as possible. And when students are accelerating, you provide them the appropriate supports to accelerate through different levels of courses and interest areas. Then you're going to have a strong school system. The struggle that has happened over the years, and Fairfield is not unique in this, is because of the competition for costs and the very real issues that town boards like yourselves face in, being mindful rightfully of the tax burden on individuals. That core instruction is the thing that's probably been most in peril. Since I've been in the school system now 7 years and at different levels, when we've had to make budget cuts, and I was in instruction, I was elementary director and I was chief academic officer, each of those positions for 2 years. When we had to make budget cuts in November, December, or in April and May, what was being cut was the professional learning budgets for staff. And when you do that, right, you're not helping your teachers stay current with what they need to do to support that core instruction. And it's absolutely vital, because that's the thing that's going to be the preventative medicine to keep a school system strong. And I just think that that's the one thing that every school system and anybody who's responsible for a school system's financing and running has to keep in mind. So I apologize. I hope that answers the question, the very good question you've asked.
Thank you. It does. And, also one last comment. I've heard talk of your surplus. The surplus on the town side eclipses yours by, exponential amounts. And I don't hear anybody talking about cutting their budget for that reason. You give your surpluses back. You don't have a contingency. And I thank you for that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Zesma. Representative Fury.
Hi, Marty Ann from District 1. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to Mr. Cummings. What are you tracking for retirements for the next fiscal year? Are you tracking more than anticipated?
At this point, I'd say yes, and I'll maybe Ms. DC or Ms. Laborious can speak to this in more detail, but I believe we had budgeted 17, and right now we're running above that number. I don't know if either of you have a better or more current number.
We're running in the high 20s at this point, and things are coming in on a regular basis at this time in the year, and I imagine they will continue to do so as we head towards June.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fury. Representative Steele.
Thank you. Jeff Steele, District 2. I do have to ask, just go back to a mental health question. I know it's been brought up several times here, and Mr. Cummings, thank you very much for answering some questions earlier that I had this week. And I think it sounds like with these two major crises going on with mental health and obviously COVID reinforces mental health reinforces COVID. Yeah, it's been a very trying year. No one's going to deny that. And it sounds like we, really have ramped up the testing, the training of faculty and staff, like you said you would, the QPR training. That was great to hear. And I'm leading to a question. It is a budget question. And it also sounds like we're doing a lot of screening, but I'm left with one question that still resonates, and I'm not sure how much the budget is being allocated to this. I looked at the K through 12 emotional health and safety and accident prevention curriculum, K through 12, and in it I saw a lot of SEL universal screening, emotional learning assessment, dialectical behavior therapy, things like that. So a lot of screening and testing of kids, which is great. It seems like there's a gap of, are we training the kids though? Are we teaching the kids the fundamentals of what mental health is and what mental illness is? And I think I probably asked this question this time last year. But what are we teaching them? They seem to be learning it from each other and learning it by experience and just watching and seeing. But what are we doing in the curriculum? And is there budget money allocated to it that helps really introduce and educate kids on what mental health is? Because there's 30 different types. It's not just depression. It's not just anxiety. And it all of which can lead to suicide, can lead to awful things that we've seen in our community. So I'm just wondering, what is it we're doing to expose the children and right up to K through 12, more high school of mental health, and are we teaching them how to see these signs? We're teaching our faculty and instructors and staff, and that's fantastic. And even parents should be aware. But are we teaching the kids? Are they aware? Because there are eyes and ears on the ground. So I'm just curious what we're doing on that in the curriculum and elsewhere.
Mr. Steele, I really appreciate you asking that question, and I will tell you that, you know, and everything that I'm going to say is taught in a way that's age appropriate, right? So you're going to have a different conversation, as you well know, with a kindergartner, first grader than you are going to have with a 10th grader. But if you were to go and you know, walk through any of our elementary schools, for example, every one of those classrooms now is asking kids kind of to identify as they come in the door, kind of where they are that day. You know, they use color charts, they use different things, they use buckets, coffee cans, they put a stick in it with their name on it. They're identifying, we're teaching kids to identify their feelings, and to talk to each other about where their feelings are, and to share those issues with their teacher if there's something not going well. So if a kid, it's essentially the idea of knowing yourself and self-regulation. And when the teachers use that information to determine what the appropriate response is for a student. So this is primarily the elementary work. It's built into the morning meetings we hold, the class, you know, the kids on the carpet, as you can imagine, those types of things that we do. That's just part of the work that's happening throughout the elementary schools at this point. In sixth grade, 6th through 12th, as we move into a more formalized health curriculum, it's very much a part of that. This year, our health teachers were all trained in the DBT strategies, which had initially started in the district as essentially a tier 3 or an intervention for high need students with mental health issues. It's now working its way back to be implemented for all students. So as part of our school improvement planning this week, this past few weeks, we met, for example, with the administrators of Fairfield Ludlow this week. They talked about how DBT strategies are being taught in 10th grade by the health teachers who went through the training last summer. The students are being taught to self-regulate. The students are being taught distressing activities. These are all things that I would say over the past 2 years have accelerated in both our staff's understanding of the need and our staff's ability to fulfill that need. Now, are we where we need to be? Probably not. There's still work to be done. You know, our staff are challenged by some of the needs that our students have. We have school psychs, school social workers, and guidance counselors and other people that can support those students. But I think that the school system is acutely aware that this is something we have to be immediately responsive to. We have to teach kids how to own it and be aware of it themselves so that they can become, as they mature, they begin to self-advocate for themselves. So there's still work to be done, but looking ahead, this is going to be one of our 4 core goals of the district improvement plan, and we're going to interweave it into every other goal. So it's critical work for us, Mr. Steele.
Right. Okay. So just in wrapping up, because I know we're running out of time, and I know there's another question. I'll be done. So basically, you're going to start expanding so that you're going to, be able to teach the kids. The kids can't self-regulate and acknowledge it and help others when they don't know what it is, though. So I'm saying the core foundational piece of what it is. What is mental illness? And so I'm wondering if there's any element of the curriculum and the budget towards the curriculum at some point in adding that component, either as a separate class or as a part of a class. I mean, people don't know what it is until they know what it is. I mean, right? They have to understand, my God, what is this thing that's happening? But they won't know it unless they're given some foundational understanding. We can talk offline about it. I don't want to take more time. Maybe Ms. Vitale and others. I would honestly think it's an important subject, and I'd love to hear more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Steele. Representative Iacono.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pam Iacono, District 8. First, I just want to make a point. It's not lost on me that we spent 6.5 hours on the town side of the budget and only 1.5 hours on the Board of Education budget. That is the largest portion of our budget. I want to thank you, Mr. Cummings. You've acknowledged that our whole town is in a crisis, not just our children, the whole town. And with that, I'm going to make a plea to you to please help us find savings and to please go back to the board right now. And before May 5th, come back to us with a list of savings that you can achieve in this next fiscal budget to return to the town so that we can return money to the taxpayers. I'm making that plea to you as you acknowledge that our town is in crises. I've heard a lot. I've watched the different Board of Selectmen meetings, the Board of Finance meetings, and now our hearings. There is savings to be achieved. We talked tonight a little bit earlier about some of the intramural insurance. There's some wiggle room there. There could be if you examine the data to find some savings. I would encourage you to look at this. You mentioned in your cut sheet, your infamous cut sheet, that you can absorb some of the purchasing functions from the town. That's a signal to me that that purchasing person can take on more work. Well, instead of taking town work that is by charter with the purchasing agent and the purchasing authority, I would encourage you to get rid of your inventory coordinator position and have the purchasing person who has this extra time start tracking the inventory that the district purchases and set up a system so that you know what you have. And so that there aren't closets filled with supplies that could be shared amongst other schools if people knew where they were. That's a savings. I encourage you to examine the teams that someone brought up earlier. I encourage you to look at that pension savings that's there. I encourage you to take advantage of everything that you've heard from every citizen and every elected official about how we are all hurting and need to achieve savings. This is an unprecedented situation where you have received everything that you have asked for. And to Representative McCormick's point, at an increase that far exceeds all our other areas. And I beg to differ with you, Mr. Cummings. West Hartford and Greenwich are not that far off from us in terms of population and demographics. They used to be what's in the old DRGB. So I really think we can do better. I did sit on that board, as another representative mentioned to me. I know that there's cushion. I know that there's places to go. You've already told us this evening that you are in the 20s on retirements when you budgeted for 17. There's money there. Please, whatever it is, $500,000, $1 million, $250,000. As you said, our townspeople are in crises, and we are asking, pleading with you for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Iacono. If there's no other questions, I skipped over Representative Cinto because she had already spoken. Are you still have a question concerning the budget?
I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything they want to ask? Okay, the last thing was the private bus.
Mr. McDermott?
Oh, we
Moderator,
can't start it. Sorry?
Mr. Moderator, Ms. Talley had her hand up.
I don't do hands.
You don't do, well, I was trying to be respectful, Mr. Moderator.
We do chat. That's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Christine Vitale, Chair of the Board of Education. I'd just like to address a couple of things.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. I thought you told the chair that we don't do hands. I thought we're now moved on to private transportation. Perhaps she could send us an email.
You know, I would.
If she wants to, after we do private transportation, if you want to start.
Mr. McDermott, that is fine. I'll respect the, I appreciate that it is late and that you have an agenda to get to. I will just thank you for the conversation and follow up by email.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Department 2531 in our budget book, private school bus transportation, page 111. Ms. Laborious. anything you want to enlighten us with on this item? That's in our town budget book.
Sure. The increase in cost is driven by 3 factors. One is a contractual increase to the rate of 2.5%, according to our bus contract. And as Mr. Cummings mentioned earlier, we are fortunate in that we have a contract that runs for another additional 2 years after this upcoming year. Other districts are seeing much higher increases in that rate. The second being the cost of fuel that will continue to be adjusted. That was based on the fuel cost that the town had budgeted and had given us a month or 2 ago. We'll have to continue to monitor that in the upcoming year. And the third is an increase in the number of buses for the private non-public school bus runs. If you'll recall, 2 years ago, we had a big decrease to the number of buses. I believe the decrease was 8. The proposed decrease at that time had been 6. So this is restoring back to the 2 that they needed. It's still a net decrease of 6 buses if you go back 2 years. And the reason being the length of time to runs is not appropriate with the current structure. The need was felt that we need to restore those additional 2 buses in order to run the appropriate length of time to school with the number of stops. And I'll pause there if there. I'll also have Mr. Papageorge, who is over transportation. I just spoke because I did provide that backup information for how we came up with the numbers.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're good.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions on this item? Okay. Seeing none, that finishes our agenda for this evening. If
Mr.
you do have any
Moderator?
further questions,
Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt again. Christine Vitale, Chair of the Board of Education. I did not use the chat because I did not have a question. I wanted to respond to the comments made.
Point of order, where the meeting is about to adjourn, and we are already moved on from that part. We're done.
Madam Chairwoman Vitale, it's 11:28, so we're gonna move on. I appreciate it. If anybody has any questions or any comments that they need answered from the last 2 nights, please send them through me and I'll direct them to the proper person in the administration or the Board of Ed. I appreciate you, Mr. Cummings. Good luck. We'll probably see you before. We'll see you on May 2nd is when the budget vote is. And we'll see everybody on the RTM on Monday night for the committee meetings. Everybody have a grand weekend. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, Amy Ruggiero.
Representative Iacono, Representative Ruggiero, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Evening.
Thank you, Mark.